experienced burnout. And 46% of people with a mental health condition say that work either caused or made their condition worse. In terms of a workers' compensation perspective, what we're seeing is also very much consistent with these community statistics, in that psychological injury claims now account for 53% of mental health claims. The average cost of a psychological injury claim is $370,000, and that's more than 4 times the average for a physical injury or a disease claim. Return to work rates are also following very similar trends, so 57% for a psychological injury compared to 93% for a physical injury. And so, as I said before, these are statistics that we know of, this is data that we can access, but it's likely the tip of the iceberg. We know that behind this there are many claims that aren't accepted, there are many claims that are never made. So there is a very high likelihood that there are many more people struggling in workplaces trying to cope that we just aren't aware of as well. And we know early intervention and prevention is the key, but the data tells us that we need to be trying to be doing something different. I'll hand over to Tara now, who will introduce Beyond Blue and also talk about the Before Blue program.
Thanks, Marion, and thank you for coming along today, folks. So Beyond Blue, for those of you who don't know, is an Australian mental health organisation, and it is our aim to ensure that as many people in Australia achieve their best possible mental health. Our focus is on working with communities and finding new ways to support and equip people before challenges snowball, so to support them early. As a not-for-profit, we are extremely grateful for the funding support we receive from Commonwealth, state and territory governments, as well as our philanthropic support from corporates and our amazing fundraising and donations from community members. Without this support, we couldn't do what we do. You might be familiar with some of our services, our 24/7 support service, our peer-to-peer forums. We have a national education initiative called BU that supports children and educators from early learning through to secondary school. And we also have our low-intensity supports, New Access, which is in the general population setting, general community setting, as well as small business owners as well. And more recently, we've moved into the workplace setting with Before Blue, which is the program I will talk to you about today. So, what is Before Blue? It is our early intervention mental health coaching program that is designed to equip people with the skills and the tools they need to manage life and work challenges before things get worse. So it is about supporting people before, hence the name. The foundation of the Before Blue program is an individual gets up to 8 sessions. It starts with an initial assessment, up to 5 treatment sessions, and then 2 follow-ups at 1 and 6 months. And I'll take you through what that user journey looks like shortly. But the foundations for this program are solid. We work with a proven evidence-based framework called low-intensity cognitive behavioural therapy, and this has more than 10 years of real-world application in Australia. Each individual gets a tailored support plan that is designed to change and challenge their unhelpful thoughts, their feelings and their behaviours. We use structured, skills-based approach. People get practical tools and resources. And importantly for individuals, they see unique real-time reporting every week via a personalised dashboard to really help aid accountability and progress through the program. And then for organisations, they get de-identified aggregated outcomes reporting as well. So ultimately our goal is to support organisations with a really proactive and a practical approach to mental health. And in many cases, this will complement existing mental health supports that an organisation might have, but importantly, it also gives employees a real choice for support. Oops. Oh, sorry, I thought I was going to skip ahead 3 times then. One of the really great things about this program is its history. This is not a new idea, not a hypothesis that we are testing. We brought this out to Australia in 2013. Beyond Blue piloted it in 3 primary health networks. For context, if you're not familiar with the primary health network setting, we have 31 primary health networks across the country. They are all funded individually to support their local community needs. So that's where New Access was introduced initially with this low intensity CBT model. And over that time it expanded, and by 2020 we'd supported the low intensity needs at across 17 different PHNs. Then in 2021, I'm jumping around a little bit, but in 2021 we were funded by the Department of Treasury to deliver this same model of care for small business owners. And this is in the thick of COVID happening, and small business owners, as you all know, were hurting badly. So this program is still being delivered today using this model of care. And concurrently, while all this was happening, Comcare took the initiative to do a workplaces pilot with the same model of care. So we had New Access for Workplaces running. And this ran from 2018 to 2024. And at that point, before Blue was born. So here we are today, 12 years on since our original pilot. Across that period, we've supported around 40,000 people with this program in a variety of settings. It's been validated 4 times by independent evaluations that Beyond Blue's been involved with, and our primary health network partners have also done a number of their own evaluations off the back of it. The model of care itself, I won't get into the detail, but just to explain to you, there's a lot of structure and thought that sits behind it. So there are 3 key domains that we work with: the service, the treatment, and the workforce domain. So the service domain defines what is required to deliver before Blue. This is the operations, this is ensuring good clinical governance for people and the right processes to ensure the service is safe and effective. Then we have the treatment domain, and that's about how it's going to be delivered. This is about really faithful adherence to a person-centred, outcome-focused, low-intensity CBT program, ensuring the right clinical scaffolding is in place, the consents, the treatment structure, risk assessment and documentation are all being cared for. And then we have the workforce domain, and this is about who is delivering the program, ensuring our workforce and mental health coaches are recruited well, that they are trained and supervised exceptionally well to deliver on the service and the treatment domains. And then in support of that, we have 6 principles that run alongside this whole program of care, which is incredibly important to the efficacy of this model. Pleasingly, we also recently received accreditation from the National Safety and Quality Digital Mental Health Standards. I had to look at my notes for that because it's a mouthful. But this is incredibly important because this is about protecting our service users from harm. Marion.
Just to give some further context in terms of trialling the New Access program within the Comcare scheme. So in 2018-2019, we ran a very small pilot. It was 50 participants, 2 Australian public service agencies, and evaluated independently. And that really gave us the encouragement that the results that we were seeing in workplaces was actually much the same in terms of the program's performance within the community. So that gave us, as I said, a lot of encouragement to expand that New Access program, and so it expanded to include 16 Australian public service agencies across 2 years, independently evaluated at the 1-year mark and the 2-year mark, which is where we are today. As of last year, we've launched B4 Blue, which is essentially New Access for the workplace as well. So how did we go? Tara's talked us through the research, the community-based approach to it, and we tried to apply it to workplaces. What did we hear? Were we successful? So we're continuing to receive feedback on the program. We are at the moment 1 year into a 3-year project of making this program available across all Commonwealth entities. We are seeing and continuing to hear, particularly from case managers, people and culture teams, around how this program fits nicely or fits in an early intervention framework and prevents escalation, how it supports individuals to develop skills and manage workplace and personal challenges. So this program is not just for workplace challenges, it really is for, we know that we bring our whole selves to work, and so when we are looking at an employee in the workplace, we also do need to consider what is happening for them in their personal lives. And also with the insights for insights like key referral reasons, the employers are able to then determine and assess what existing support services there are there any that they need to look at. So for example, we've got here that the top 3 work-related reasons for accessing the service have been challenges with demands of the role, with interpersonal conflict and with work-life balance. Some examples of what we see in terms of personal reasons for accessing the service are things like relationship issues, financial difficulties, and also conflict at home as well. So, and it's interesting because we saw during the pilot, which happened across COVID, the change in the trends of how people were accessing the service depending on what was happening for them at that time as well. There's a testimonial there from a case manager of a Commonwealth employer who is currently delivering currently offering the service to their employees, and it talks about they've reflected on how this program can fit and complement existing workplace services. But what we can also, I know Tara talked about the program being targeted to mild to moderate anxiety and or depression, but what we're also nicely seeing is that employers are being also creative with how they're supporting employees with this program. So things like how they're proactively supporting goal setting for their employees, how they are offering the program to support employees through role transitions or changes in the workplace, or even to support performance management conversations as well. So we know that then employees feel more productive, feel more confident and more satisfied in their workplace. So one of the things that we did think about is what will make Before Blue different from the plethora of mental health support services that are available for employers? And there are many of them. And we thought about, well, what is distinctively different that the Before Blue program can offer, but yet how would it complement existing support services? And one very popular one is the Employee Assistance Program. So, for example, when we think about the EAPs, they offer a suite of services which can vary significantly, and we've seen that talking to our various employers. Many of them will have a quite creative and a whole range of services, whereas some employers will have engaged an EA provider that will provide the traditional up to 4 to 6 sessions and limited at that. We also know that with EAPs, they usually offer counselling, psychology type therapy that support immediate or one-off issues. One of the distinctive differences with Before Blue is that the workforce. It uses coaches, not counsellors, not mental health practitioners. These are coaches who come from all walks of life and who are qualified in low-intensity cognitive behavioural therapy. And what we've seen is often the lived experience of these coaches, the life experiences that they bring, often can actually support that relationship and that engagement with the participant more than a qualified stranger who perhaps they can't or they might struggle to relate to as well. One of the other points of difference is a continuity of care. So participants will engage and receive support from the same coach throughout all their sessions in the program. Tara mentioned before in terms of the progress tracking and the outcomes focused approach of the program. This is both for the individual and the organisation as well. So as we touched on earlier, with the individual, it's the weekly progress tracking through the performance measures which help them understand how they're going, how they are travelling to achieving their goal, but also gives them that accountability in terms of what the next step should be. For the organisation, it's aggregated, de-identified data, which helps them to understand any trends and themes that they need to be aware of in the workplace as well. The program provides structured, consistent approach that uses skill building, behaviour change and self-management techniques, and this includes strategies to stay mentally well by focusing on goals, strengths and practical activities. The program, as mentioned before, is supported by strong oversight, supervision for the coaches as well, and a fidelity to a proven evidence model of care, which is consistent. So when someone participates in the program, everyone will be experiencing a consistent model of care as well. And one of the biggest benefits, and we know this from the evaluations that we did from the Comcare trials, was the brand of Beyond Blue. And we found that really resonated with workplaces and with participants, and we also found that the non-clinical approach also really supported participants engaging in the program, and it really helped to overcome some of that stigma that we see around help seeking. All right, Tara will take you through a bit of an example, because I know everything we've talked about is quite theoretical, but some of how this program actually comes to life.
Okay, folks, so I'll go through this as quickly as I can. But as we said, the assessment is the first stage in this model of care. And what happens when an organisation purchases Before Blue, they get a unique access code. So before they get to the assessment, an individual will log into the secure portal and they'll create their own account. And then they get to see who the mental health coaches are, they get to choose who they want to work with, and then they book into this assessment. So at this 60-minute assessment, the coach will gather a lot of information, and then they will ask the participant to complete 3 measurement tools to get a sense of where they are and the suitability for the program. And we call it a nice soft landing for people, because regardless of how a person is feeling when they come in, even if their needs are too complex and they need to be stepped up, it's a really great accessible opportunity for anyone to come in. They might then be signposted or referred to a different support. It might be Relationships Australia, it might be Financial Counselling Australia, or they might be referred back to their GP with the support of their mental health coach. But it's a really great starting point for anyone who might be reticent to seek mental health support. But for most people, however, low intensity CBT is an appropriate program of support. So they'll work with their coach to formulate a problem statement, so what it is that they're trying to solve. They'll map out their triggers, their thoughts, feelings and their behaviours, and then they'll set some very deliberate exit goals that they want to achieve. Once they have that, then they'll decide on the treatment approach, what resources will be used across the program of support. Here we go. Often it's helpful to give a real example of a problem statement to help bring this to life a bit more. And this is from one of our participants who had great success with the program. But you can see here the very practical nature of this. My main problem is worry and stress about working because my mental health has deteriorated. I feel tired and I'm no good at my role and I haven't got the energy for all of this. This leads me to lose sleep, overthink things and extend the time I'm taking off. It also impacts my relationships and my health. This person rated themselves severe, a 5 out of 6 severity rating, but they were certainly able to be helped by this program. So then the exit goals. What did the person want to achieve by the end of this? I will get up before 7 a.m. and have a healthy breakfast every day. I will take a walk 4 times a week. I'll put a plan in place to ensure I can manage my workload and my stress levels at work. So while these might seem very practical and very simple for many people, for this participant, these were the really clear and tangible goals that they needed to work on with a coach by their side. So that concludes the assessment, and then the person books in for their next session. So a participant has up to 5. They might use 5, they might use 2. But at every session, they complete the measurement tools again. They're assessed for any risk to ensure at any point in time they're still appropriate. This is still an appropriate support for them and that they're okay. The aim of the sessions and the program is to get a planned exit at the end of the program of support. And then if they choose, they can use the 2 follow-ups at 1 and 6 months as well. And this is just a chance to check in again with their coach and discuss how effective the strategies are that they've been practicing. They do the measurement surveys again for the last time. And what this 6-monthly data is showing us, that many people are seeing sustained improvement in their mental health outcomes, which is what this program is designed to do. We are here to equip people with the skills and the resources and the coping strategies to manage these things on their own. So while this is just a very quick snippet of the participant journey, I hope it gives you an idea of the really structured and yet tailored support a person gets through Beyond Blue, before Blue. I heard it described from one of our customers recently as co-design in its truest form, a plan created by the user but within the very structured and safe guardrails of the program. I'll now hand to Marion to chat through some of the consistent impact we're seeing.
Yes. Final slide, we're getting the wrap up. It's funny that you can practice these so often and your timing is completely off on that day. So consistent impact. So what are we seeing in the workplace? Some of this is taken from our patient experience questionnaire, but what are we hearing? That 92% of those participants actually reported that their mental health improved. We have 88% who report feeling more productive. We have 98% who feel heard and understood and satisfied with their coach, and we know that goes a real long way in terms of then engaging in the program as well. Strong return on investment, so all the independent evaluations have consistently reported that this program does provide a strong return on investment. So for example, for the Comcare pilot, it was calculated, the return on investment was calculated to be $1.60 for every dollar invested in the program itself. 98% had reported, as I said, participant satisfaction and increased ability to manage their symptoms. And what we mean by that is 96% told us that they felt they could cope with mental health challenges, and 97% told us that they had learnt the skills to be able to maintain their mental health as well. Sustained recoveries, Tara had spoken to that. We were seeing that these skills and the mental health, I suppose, benefits were sustained at the 1 and 6 month mark, and that pleasingly this tells us that the program is continuing to really contribute to prevention and early intervention. So for more information, there's a QR code you can click that I will get out of your way, that will take you to more information about the program, or you can reach out to Comcare and Beyond Blue. I know I've talked about this program being in the context of Comcare, but also just wanted to make the point that Before Blue is available to also all workplaces as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Marion and Tara. I hate giving people the wind-up because there's so much more we could ask. And I do have some questions here from the crowd. There's a microphone there on the tables to answer. And I do my own reflection on what you just talked about. I think language is powerful, and Before Blue is what struck me and what made me want to come along to this session, because it's about, meeting people where they're at, putting the supports in place before we're dealing with a crisis, and just really great community impacts there. So questions from the room. There was a question that came in early on around how this fits in with EAP, and you talked about the differences to EAP, but there's also questions here around referral, and does someone self-refer? Are they referred by someone else? So I think putting all of that together, like, how does that work?
Does this work? Oh,
yep.
Hello. We're seeing organisations manage this very differently, to be fair. Some are putting Before Blue on their own intranet, sending it out by newsletters and so on, and people can just self-refer as needed. There's no guardrails to get in place. But in contrast to that, we do see a lot of organisations hanging on to some of their participant packages and making them specifically available for more cohorts in their organisation who might need this very specific support. So, people who HR might be aware of who are specifically struggling, or it might be something that's discussed with mental health champions if people are coming to them, that they're equipped with a couple of extra resources to say, have you tried this program of support? It might be available, might be a helpful tool for you. So it does vary, to be fair, on the organisation.
Fair enough. We've got another question here, I think relates to the session, the keynote session this morning around generations. What ages are taking up this support? Are you seeing a younger cohort accessing it more than an older cohort? What have you noticed?
Interestingly, our average cohort pretty much mirrors the organisations that we are supporting. At the moment, our biggest customer base is in the APS. We see predominantly women sort of 35 plus using it. However, when this program was first piloted in 2013, we did a lot of work with Movember, and men were the target for this because it is so relatable and practical, and it really does help overcome some of the stigma. So we're seeing really great uptake from men as well. And from an age point of view, again, it mirrors the organisations that we support, but we do know that this model of care from a community setting point of view can support people as young as 12. But very much 16 plus, it's an excellent support, really practical, relatable for lots of people.
Thank you. And we heard that there was great ROI that's been proven, but from a funding perspective, is it a fixed price package or is it price per participant? What are the dollar implications here?
It does depend on the organisation you come from. If you're a Commonwealth employer, there's a master deed that covers the pricing, and that's a per package pricing option. For other organisations that we work with, we do have subscription pricing, minimum package requirements, and that varies based on the tier and the number of packages that organisations want to purchase.
Thank you. Well, we have run out of time officially. I could talk for another 2 hours. I think we've got many more questions here, but thank you, Marion and Tara, for that great presentation and insights.
Thank you for getting us moving.
morning, everybody. Hope you're enjoying day 2 of PIEF. My name's Jake Krausman. I'm with Suncorp GIO, and it's my pleasure to introduce this next session. From injury to empowerment, successful early intervention through a biopsychosocial lens, and it's my pleasure to introduce Samantha Bruce, who is currently Chief Operating Officer at ReadyMed. Sam, she's a nationally experienced C-suite leader in occupational health, injury management and wellbeing. She's led large teams across top providers including ORS Group, APM, Connect and ReadyMed, and she also holds a Masters in Occupational Health alongside qualifications in mediation, exercise science and rehabilitation counselling. So as you're familiar with, if you have questions, you can use the app to submit them, and then we'll have 5 minutes at the end to go through some questions. So please make Samantha welcome.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you, everyone, for coming along today. I guess this pilot was bred really from frustration more than, I guess, many would be. And a lot of that comes from my time working in injury management where, you know, for such a long time we have understood that if people work, then they are generally better off from all sorts of avenues of life. And that if people become injured through their work, that using work as part of recovery is instrumental to them recovering quickly. And so we've known a lot about the factors and barriers that stop people working once they've been injured and how important it is to intervene against these early. But the people that know how to do that are often working in spaces like the injury management sector. And delayed referral in that sector still remains a great barrier to those interventions having any likelihood of success. And yet those that are working with workers early in the space, so treaters largely and the medical profession mainly, don't have that depth of occupational health knowledge around the biopsychosocial model. And so the interventions that they apply are often treatment focused, clinically focused, but without the purpose of removing barriers to return to work. So this pilot was born out of the need to bring those areas closer together. So to try and get the psychosocial barrier removal happening much, much earlier in the return to work phase. It would be really remiss of me not to acknowledge some others in this piece of work. Whilst my sense of frustration in the industry was what I guess spawned the idea, the work of Bianca McKay, acting head of customer, who is now on mat leave, was instrumental in putting the pilot together at the start and forming the protocol. And Leisha Smith, who's with us today, has been instrumental in running that pilot and gathering the data that we see. So, as I said, the foundations of this pilot come out of a bunch of work. The health benefits of good work. We know when people are working, they have a better life from all sorts of avenues. And we know from the fabulous work of It Pays to Care that when we see psychosocial barriers to recovery once someone is injured, that if we remove those barriers quickly, their chances of recovering are much, much higher. And so those two seminal pieces of work, some of which have been around now for decades, have formed the basis of this clinical practice and what we've decided to do. And then I guess we've added to that a lens that ReadyMed has that we were very lucky to be able to bring to it. So ReadyMed has 200 odd staff. We are largely based in Western Australia, but have a practice in Queensland as well. And we have 40 plus specialists, including plastic and orthopaedic surgeons, as well as allied health practitioners and doctors who are dealing daily with injuries as a kind of an emergency response in that trauma-based space. So almost an alternative to emergency in a lot of cases. So we have a unique ability to see very large numbers of patients. We see nearly 400 a day. And most of those, 80% of them, are in the workers' compensation or some compensable scheme. So we have a large cohort that we could practice on, I guess, to test our theories around this to see what we would be able to do. So we really wanted to take a true biopsychosocial approach. We had the biological part going on, the medical piece. We understood, because there are people in the business with that injury management background, we understood the psychosocial elements, and we wanted to bring them together as closely and I guess as interlinked as we possibly could, in order to make sure that we were optimising someone's chances of recovery. So because we provide end-to-end healthcare, the allied health practitioners within the business could intervene once we knew what those psychosocial barriers were, but we didn't want to make it all about us, and I'll talk to you about that a little bit more. So the basis of the pilot was that when somebody comes in for their first medical consultation, often that is literally at the moment of injury or the time of injury. So they will come in on the day that they're injured. They'll have a first medical consultation with the doctor. We wanted to see what screening someone at that point did. Now, a lot of the tools commonly used in the industry can't be used within the first 4 weeks of someone incurring an injury, which is not, well, they can be used, but they're not necessarily validated or reliable if you use them in that space. And a lot of the tools that are used are not valid after 13 weeks. So the most commonly used one is definitely in that bracket. So what we wanted to do was find tools that would absolutely be able to be used in a reliable and valid way, and that measured the things that we thought were going to be the barriers to work that could cause real concern. So the screening part and the first consult were happening together. We had to make this pilot, or we really wanted to commit to this pilot, no barriers. We wanted to lower the barriers to entry so that people weren't frightened to use it. So the screening and the protocol that we developed is entirely free. We don't charge anything for it, and we wanted to make it less about us. We didn't want to be seen as creating a pathway to referrals to ourselves, and so what we wanted to produce was a report that went back to an employer, an insurer, and gave information about the barriers that had been seen in that worker and the recommended treatment protocol against those barriers that we thought would work. If somebody then chose to refer the case back to us for those treatment interventions, then they could, and that is the cohort that we've studied most in depth, but we didn't want that to be the case, because what we didn't want to have is reasons or excuses for why someone wouldn't use the protocol when we know that it was going to provide more information than they would otherwise get. So making sure that it was free, not linked to self-referral, making sure that it had as low barrier to entry as possible was a really important part of the way that we wanted to go about how we did this, and was some of the factors that we really worked hard to put into place with the program. So we worked really closely with Professor Michael Sullivan, who's no stranger to PIEF. He's been involved with PIEF before. Michael Sullivan is a professor at McGill University in Canada and does a lot of work in the, neuropsychology space. He's currently the Professor of Neurology, Psychology and Medicine at McGill. And he had done a lot of research over the years on what tools would provide support for people who were encountering disability. He doesn't work specifically in compensable sectors, he works specifically in pain and disability, but he had done a lot of work to find the tools that would reliably and in a valid way measure how people were performing. So we used 3 of the tools that he has designed and 2 others, and those tools fell into 3 sections, so defined by the red areas there. So we measured around pain and function and how a worker felt about those things. We looked at their coping and emotional strategies and skills, and we looked at their work perceptions and their confidence. And we were looking at those 3 domains using those 5 tools. It was combined, as I said before, with the medical intervention, because they might have cut off a finger, they might have hurt a knee, they might have strained their back. We didn't limit injury other than psychological injury. This protocol, I should say, is not suitable for psychological claims, where of course there are psychosocial elements evident. That goes without saying. So it was primary physical injuries, and largely they were musculoskeletal due to the nature of the work that ReadyMed specialises in. So those 5 tools tested against those 3 domains. They had a medical consultation with one of our occupational health focused doctors, and then they also were interviewed. And I think one of the big differences with this pilot is that we really worked hard, because the person had to come to clinic in order to undertake their treatment, we worked really hard at making it a face-to-face intervention. It wasn't always possible for that to be the case, and occasionally those screening tools were done via telehealth, but we wanted to make it a face-to-face priority, and we really wanted to use allied health practitioners because they're good at drawing out the pieces of information that came out of the interview part of the protocol and help to explain context a little bit better about why we're doing it. One of the really interesting things about the pilot is because it was in a medical context, and if you think about going to the doctor in any context, you get asked a bunch of questions and nobody questions answering the questions. People just do it because that's an expectation we have when we go for medical care. So we found no barrier at all to getting workers to answer the questionnaires and to engage in the process. The process took about 30 minutes, so not particularly extensive in terms of time, but really interesting that in other contexts where this same type of screening protocols have been used, getting workers to engage with it is very difficult. But I'm pretty confident that because of the medical context within which we were working, that part of it was quite easy for us. Out of this testing protocol came a simple one-page report that I'll show you in a moment. And in that, we recommended some specific interventions to go against the barriers that we saw for that particular worker. And we gave that whole thing, that report, back to the employer and the insurer. We debated for ages as to whether we should be giving a copy to the worker, but we wanted to word the report in clinical terms, and putting that in front of a worker could often be, I guess, confronting when you're talking about flags and words like barriers, so we chose not to. Of course, any worker under the Privacy Act is entitled to access that, but to date that's not something that has happened very much, and it's really been an employer and insurer focused product or tool that we've given back to them to help guide interventions. So the three treatment protocols that were sort of largely recommended were physiotherapy or OT. Our OT world is hand therapy specific, occupational therapists specifically oriented towards hand therapy treatments. We have a team of psychologists. There was a psychology piece with injury adjustment counselling being the main factor that was required, and then a case management scenario if you found that there were barriers in the workplace that might need to be raised with the employer. So the ready-go summary looks a bit like this. So this is a real report. Joe Bloggs was not a real scaffolder, but this is an example of what would come out of it. So we wanted to keep it quite simple, something that case managers could use very easily if they wanted to. You didn't have to come from an allied health background, or injury management consultants within employers. So we talked about those three domains again that you will recall from previously: pain and function, coping and emotions, and work perceptions and confidence. And any barriers that stood out from the screening protocols were called out in that area. And then we would recommend what services we thought, from an early intervention perspective, might remove those barriers. At this point in time, we did cost it out, as you can see, using just normal costing protocols from the workers' comp scheme. But at that point, we stopped. We gave it back to the stakeholders concerned and said, you do you. Whatever you want to do with this is up to you. So if you're working in a team with large numbers of injury management professionals, often from an allied health background, which is not uncommon these days with some of the large employers we work with, when that was the case, they could choose maybe to keep that and manage it themselves. If it was an area where it was a small team or a singular individual who didn't have the skills to intervene, then they might not intervene. If they had other treatment providers they preferred to use rather than ReadyMed, they were able to do that too. So we wanted to really make it that there was no intent other than to help this worker recover, because if that worker recovers, it's good for everybody. I guess one of the other really important things that I should say is that that report was provided within the first 24 hours. So the first medical certificate and the first report around the worker were out within 24 hours, so that you very, very early in the piece had information to go by. The challenges that we saw, I guess, around the whole thing were really a little bit sad in many ways, because as a group you think we've come so far, but when we actually tried to put this to the test, it was actually much, much harder than we thought. And it wasn't the workers that were the problem. As I said, we had no issue whatsoever in getting workers to engage. They did so willingly, wholeheartedly, didn't ask many questions about it, just took it as a normal part of a medical consultation process. And they were given the context that this was looking for things that might help them to recover better. What was a challenge was getting employers to engage in it. So we actually commenced this pilot. We had the protocols in place sort of by the end of last financial year, so June 2024. It took us 6 months of fairly hard slog to get anyone to engage beyond initial conversations. And whilst everyone nodded and said, yes, this sounds perfect and this is what the industry needs, actually getting employers to sign up for nothing, because it's free, and it didn't require them to do anything, and if they just wanted to tear it up and put it in the bin, they could have, was extraordinarily difficult, much more so than we ever thought was going to be the case. That was not the barrier we perceived to be coming. So it took us 6 months to kind of get a bit of traction, and then we did. So we started to get some traction, but we still encountered some real, what you would consider somewhat antiquated ideas, given what we know and how long we've known it for. So these are actual, synthesised quotes, I guess you would say, from people we were talking to. Our business is not ready for this type of information. What if the risk's there and we don't do anything about it? Does this risk now become our problem? We don't want to open the avenue to a psychological claim, which you would think we were long past, but we're not. And once we got that, there was a bit of a grey area in that obviously we were intervening so early that these were not claims yet. Mostly they turned into claims. They would become workers' comp claims, but it was day one, remember, before anyone knows what's going on at all. There's been no incident investigation, there's been no claim lodgement, nothing had happened. So there was this sort of murky part where it was pre-claim, kind of whose responsibility is it, who's going to pay, if anyone is going to pay, all of that part. One of the barriers we could anticipate, but I guess those concerns on the left from employers who were still very reluctant to look in under the hood, was a little bit sad. So what we believed that would happen from this, I guess, we were hoping that we would see better recoveries and, that we would provide a guidebook for employers and insurers to intervene on cases to stop them becoming protracted. We hoped that recovery would be quicker. Always a very difficult thing to measure in this space, because how do you get two injuries and compare them? You can't get a control group. But what we wanted to see was that the worker journey was improved, worker care was improved, and that the outcomes then got better. So our findings. Effectively, at this moment in time, so really the pilot has run for 6 months. So we would call it preliminary, if anything. And I want to be really clear in the fact that we've got a totally skewed sample in many ways. So you can draw some inferences from the data we've collated, but it's not really in a format as yet that would say that you could say anything here was categorical. Some of the things that I'll call out that really do skew it from the get-go. One of those is that this is Western Australian scheme based at this stage. So a bit different in an underwritten, stakeholders very involved in the process, and different insurers, different employers can take a very different approach to the way that they go about things. So that's the first thing. The second is the companies that chose to engage with us on this, 7 of them, really who deeply embraced it. So there's more in the cohort overall, but it's really turned into 7 big ones. A lot of them worked in the mining sector. So as a result of that population inherently in Western Australia is different from most others. It's got FIFO, it's got a whole bunch of other things. Some of those things make it more complicated, some of those things make it easier. So what we did see was that there was 100 entered the pilot, 65 ended up completing end-to-end with the rescreening at 8 weeks that we did. So we did the initial screen, we did an 8-week screen, and 65 people have been through that now. And only 6 cases we couldn't get in contact with or wouldn't engage in the process. So that was great to see. Mining, heavily dominated, as I said, more than 18%, and quite a range of ages from 19 to 69 there. So a really interesting cohort of ages. 70% male, not surprising when it was largely the mining sector that was involved. What did we find? big chunk of these injuries were knees and backs, and the knees and back injuries had way more psychosocial flags than the upper limb injuries. I don't know what inferences we can draw from that, none, but that's the case with the data, overwhelmingly so. So super interesting that that was the case. And probably not surprising given that it was knees and backs that had the issues, fear avoidance was off the Richter scale. Almost all of these cases had fear avoidance of some sort. And fear avoidance then provides a really easy way to intervene, so exciting from that perspective. If you coach someone, if you talk to them about how pain is not always bad and how to, coping and pacing strategies, then you can help a lot in that. And yeah, not very many psychosocial flags were found in the upper limb injuries. Interestingly, and I guess speaking to the complexity of the world in which we live nowadays, 77% of the cohort had risk factors. Now, for us to consider it a risk, it had to be moderate or higher from a risk perspective anyway. So anyone with a little bit of low risk stuff, that didn't make it into the cohort. So these 77% of the cohort came in, and we're talking from day one, with a psychosocial flag that was moderate or higher. So quite interesting there. And fear avoidance off the Richter scale, followed by pain interference and catastrophizing. So all kind of around that, making more of your pain or feeling pain, seeing pain as a barrier to recovery at a level that was quite, I think, surprising for us. And less around that kind of emotional distress, perceived injustice, workplace factors that we thought might be the case. Again, maybe cohort specific, but that's what we saw. 4 out of 5 workers with the risk factors had fear avoidance as one of them. So what did we find when we intervened? So when we intervened, 23% of cases had returned to a full unrestricted return to work by the 8-week rescreening space. Now, I don't know what it would have been if we hadn't intervened, so this is the tricky part of the world we live in. But you were 1.7 times more likely to have returned to work with some sort of capacity if you'd had interventions. So if you got intervention against those barriers, you're 1.7 times more likely to have recovered and returned to work. Really interesting down the bottom as well, 78.3% of cases that had treatment approved achieved partial or full return to work, and 46.9% of cases that did not have treatment also achieved return to work. Now, they might have had treatment, but it wasn't with us, and we don't necessarily know what other interventions were going on, or maybe they just recovered. So we're not quite sure about that, but again, really positive results from those that did have intervention. If they did the treatment with us, then 62% of the people when rescreened had no flags at all by the end of that, which was fabulous, and obviously meant that their pathway to return to work was going to be a little bit smoother. 25% of those people who had external treatment had the same thing, had no ongoing psychological barriers. Now, that's not to say that our treatment was better than anybody else's. There could be a million reasons for that. We don't know what the treatment was. We don't know if the treatment was put up against the barriers that we'd found. We don't even know if they'd ever been given our report. So who knows? But that is the stats that we found. And again, limited inference should be drawn from that. But I think the important part is that 62% of the people that we did intervene against the barriers with had no symptoms had no risks by the end. Here's an example of some, live cases. This is an electrician who had some meniscal damage and a hamstring tear. And you could see that at the initial screen, really high on pain catastrophizing and a bunch of other scores. And then over the 8-week course of intervention, really reduced and looking a lot healthier by the end from a psychosocial perspective. I love this case. This is a spider bite. This is the type of case that when you get, you're like, it was just a spider bite. Why did it take 3 years for them to go back to work? But it turned out this person, it was a bit necrotic and manky, but this person had massive catastrophizing, massive injustice issues, and the interventions from a psychologist, which would be normally the last treatment regime you would apply to someone who had a hand injury. Those interventions clearly made a massive difference in that person's perception of their situation, and their recovery definitely sped up. You could see it in the change in the worker. So these are the living examples, I guess, of what the interventions have done. Feedback was good. People like it. More information's good. And there were very few negative comments about the information that people received, nor were workers concerned about that in the main. I guess just quickly, this tool we've partnered with GIO to use in a different context also. So we're doing a medico-legal pilot at the moment where we do, in a pre-liability space, again in the Western Australian scheme, we look at intervening with the tool. So we use those 5 tools, we do the same ready-go protocol, and then we do a set kind of short form review of the case in order to give all of the information to an insurer about what liability issues they may be looking at. And what we wanted to do was give a recipe for this worker, because who cares whether liability is accepted or not? Someone's still injured and needs to recover. So this information can help with that. So we're really excited. It's only got about 30 cases have gone through it as so far, but hopefully at next PIEF we'll be able to tell you a bit more about that. So ultimately, it's a clear fit-for-purpose recipe for success for case managers and employers to support the individual moving forward. And we hope that, we're going to continue to grow and look at our data set to find answers to one of the long-standing problems, which is, how do we get that medical treatment and the interventions against the biopsychosocial factors up close and personal, the front of a case. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Samantha. Very interesting. We have only got a couple of minutes for questions, but I'll get through what we can before we run out of time. So a quick one first. Were workers advised their responses would be sent to their employer and insurer?
Yes. At ReadyMed, everything that we do is through informed consent. So workers had exactly all of the information they knew exactly what was going to be sent and where, and they signed consent for that to be the case. But again, because it was part of a bunch of information being collected medically, and they know they're there because they've hurt themselves at work, in fact, they're all brought to us by their employer, they knew that information was going to go back, and there was no issues with that part of the process.
Okay. Next question. Can you expand on the perceived limitations of the current screening tools at triage?
The ones that we used, I guess the tools that we used are reliable and validators. I guess, the Arebro is the most common one we've used in the industry. It wasn't designed to be valid within the first 4 weeks of injury, and it's not valid after the 13 weeks, but we sort of have lived and died on it, which has been a frustration for me personally in the scheme. So what we really wanted to do is make sure that the tools that we used were reliable and valid in the period of time that we were using them. And so we know that the information we're getting is as good as we're going to get at this point in time.
Okay. Next question is, what was the process to analyse the information from assessment, interview, to then generate the report? Was this automated or did it require clinical judgment?
Yes, at this stage there is nothing automated, far from it. It's a very manually intensive process for us and something we need to work on. So we really emphasise allied health professionals being the ones to do the screening and write the reporting recommendations, because you have to understand what treatment protocols are going to work against what barriers in order to do that, and each case is different and unique, particularly that piece around the worker and what they're reporting to you that might not be measured in a tool specifically.
Okay. And with the caveat, Samantha, that we are in our last 20 seconds officially, but any tips on how you engage employers? What made them engage?
I think I guess reassuring them that the risk of doing nothing was far greater than the risk of doing something. And I think if we released the report to workers, that would be a different thing altogether. But I think the fact that we were trying to collaborate with employers and insurers together in order to give them the tools to help them help their worker ended up kind of getting there in the end, and it's now much easier. The other thing is just a tide builds, right? Time and tide, and so there's much more interest and much more support from the insurance community as well, I must say too.
And look, this last one is a comment. I think it says it's a great program to avoid the barriers between employers and insurers in relation to funding. Perhaps trial these programs with self-insurers who will be more inclined to fund such programs. Would love to see this available nationally. So that does bring us to the end of our session. Thanks so much for coming along. Please thank Samantha.
Thanks. Yeah, it's a good program. It's interesting. Interesting to see what happens with it all. Yeah. Not too many inputs that should be made. No, it's right. Yeah, really good results. Yeah, they're really resolved. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I'm happy to send you more if you like. Yeah. Where are you based? What's going on here?
Yes.
South Wales.
Yeah, so my team doesn't actually, we don't actually work in
Ah, yes, of course. Yeah. Just the 4 and 4. Keeps you off the street. Yeah, I bet. Thank you so much for your time.
I'm actually staying there.
No, you are? Oh, you've got the next one too. You've got coming up. All right. Lovely to meet you. Yes, very briefly. Yes. Yeah, no doubt. Questions coming through to us?
That I don't know. Jesse in the back.
Yeah, that's yeah, I love it. Yeah, that'd be good too. Oh yeah. When ours. Thank you. It's private anymore. If anyone thinks it is, they're wrong. Yeah. See ya.
Hello, Noni.
I didn't respond
That's
to the
quite
message,
all right.
but
It's
I
a
read
busy
it.
time.
I haven't thought, yep, I'll get to that.
What time are you starting next week?
11:30 was it?
Oh, God, okay. Then I need to.
Hello, I'm good. I'm Jesse. Alex has, you're right, so I'd like to introduce you to.
Alright, well, I'll just leave these off then. Alright. So, basically, yeah, I've got this. These are for your PowerPoint, so
Yep.
just screen is next slide,
Yeah.
Fred's
Yep.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks all good. Alright, great. All the best.
I don't, there he is. Do you want to?
Noni, I just need to. Noni Byron.
Yeah.
How far down here do you want me to read?
Just go down to the word ARPA, and that's
Down to
fine.
ARPA?
You do what
Okay.
you choose.
No,
what you
well,
want.
no, I'm here to. And then Alex Grigg, do you have a executive general spoker? Yeah, I'll probably just say do a couple of sentences.
They ask for a bio, but you never want to read it. You'll be here for hours.
I know, yeah, that's why I check. Good. Well, so the other things is we have started. So you've just got 30 minutes, as you know. The last 5 minutes they do like to have a Q&A. got your, here's your clicker things. Have you got slides? Or? Yeah. Okay. So. I just need the actual presenters. All right. I think we had better get underway because time is a-ticking. Good morning, everyone. Jake Krausman here. I'm the Manager of Partner Performance at Suncorp GIO, and it is my pleasure to introduce this next session. It's entitled Good to Go. We can't wait to have you back. And this is, ARPA is launching this campaign here at PIEF. And the people that we have to talk us through it, Noni Byron. She is the Managing Director, founder and owner of Prestige Health Services Australia, and the New South Wales President of the Australian Rehabilitation Provider Association, and Alex Grigg, who is the Executive General Manager at ProCare, National Treasurer of ARPA, and has over 22 years working in insurance, personal injury, employment services across all states and schemes. Please make them welcome.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. It's great to be here with you. We want to start by firstly acknowledging Gadigal country and elders past, present and emerging. My name is Alex Grigg, as you've heard, the National Treasurer of ARPA, and I'm joined by Noni Byron, and she'll introduce herself in a moment. We're trying to lighten things up today, trying to bring out our inner Rebecca Harris from WorkCover WA. So, look, Noni and I have decided that we'll share a fun fact about ourselves to get underway. I actually shared this fun fact in Perth last year, so hopefully you haven't heard it before. So, my fun fact that I was actually born in a place called Snowtown. Perhaps some of you might have heard of Snowtown, particularly anyone from SA that's here today, and there are a few in the room. But I want to remind everybody that the murders didn't actually take place in Snowtown. The bodies were just preserved in barrels in an old bank vault. So, look, that's a little bit grim to start off this presentation, but I'll now hand over to Noni. Thank you.
I always feel like your fun fact is so much more fun than my fact. So my fun fact is that I was about 19 seconds off being a national relay athletics runner until Christy Pearson dropped the baton, 3rd to 4th, lost the race, dismally last. And it really just took away my Olympic dreams as a year 6, 12-year-old.
Imagine what could have been.
Look where we are now.
Look where you are now, that's right. Yeah. So, Noni and I are proud to be up here today representing ARPA members, state, national and executive council representatives at this very special conference, which is PIEF. We want to acknowledge all industry stakeholders in the room and for you making the effort this morning to come and listen to our session. Whether you're joining us from a regulator, an insurer, an employer, I guess as a health or workplace rehabilitation provider, we are so pleased that you could be here. And given the focus today and the campaign we're about to launch, we're especially excited to have so many employers in the room and employer groups represented. And we're looking forward to your feedback on our campaign and how it might help particularly small to medium Australian businesses support recovery and return to work. So the development of a mass communication campaign represents the culmination of significant collective effort by ARPA members and industry participants. So it's with much excitement that we officially and exclusively share it with you today. So thank you very much, and let's get underway. So what button do I press? Is it just that?
That one.
Oh, that's
There you go.
pretty easy. Actually, you're going to do this slide.
I think everyone read it. Keep going.
Everyone knows? Everyone knows? Great. So some background. Over the past 2 years, ARPA has held 5 successful Return to Work roundtable events involving industry stakeholders, as I said, regulators, private and public insurers, employers and other important stakeholders. And we're so pleased to see faces in the room who've been to some or to all of the events. At these roundtables, employer capability and the role and impact of recovery and return to work has been the central theme. At the first roundtable, held in Sydney, March 2023, the team from It Pays to Care shared their initiative, with employer capability a core part of their message. And to quote Dr. Mary White, workplace factors are a central influence on return to work outcomes, more influential according to research and stakeholders than scheme operation, case management and the individual characteristics of the injured person. At the second roundtable, held in Perth in October 2023, we heard from Suncorp on their development of the national standards for workplace injury management, aimed to assist business owners to effectively prepare, respond and manage work-related injury and illness in line with Safe Work Australia's national return to work strategy. So moving on, at our third roundtable held in Melbourne in April 2024, we heard from expert panels across injury, regulators, insurers, workplace rehab providers, across workers' compensation, motor accident and life insurance, and really important that this is across all personal injury. The resounding theme of this day was the central influence of employers, and this being the primary determinant of successful return to work. The agreed takeaway action from Melbourne was to progress the concept of a mass communication campaign to engage Australian employers to support recovery and return to work across all personal injury schemes. From there, the industry-wide Return to Work Roundtable Working Group was formed, where the concept was workshopped and the broad campaign message and strategy was developed and disseminated, with several resulting iterations. Members of the working group included representatives from It Pays to Care, CGU, AIA, WorkSafe Victoria, TAC, Hanover Re, Suncorp, QBE, as well as ARPA, national and state council representatives. Now, I have seen Mark McLennan's in the room as well today, and it would be remiss of me not to give him a special shout out. He actually came up with the overarching and driving communication message of this campaign. We can't wait to have you back. At the fourth Return to Work Roundtable in Sydney last year in November, ARPA formally presented the mass communication campaign concept and sought and obtained consensus from the room to progress this idea forward, with ARPA to take the lead. Following this, ARPA held our own National Strategic Planning Day in early 2025, where National Council committed to the execution of the campaign, including appropriate initial funding and the appointment of our partner marketing firm for the development of the campaign concept and associated material. After careful scoping and consideration, ARPA appointed HM Focus as the campaign marketing firm. So since this time, we've been incredibly busy in the background, working with the development of the campaign and associated resource, which we'll share with you shortly, and plenty of volunteer hours. Passion has gone into this campaign, and we wholeheartedly thank everyone involved to get us to this moment. So last week, it was really exciting that we held our 5th Return to Work Roundtable in Sydney. We were lucky to have great representation of regulator, insurers and employer representatives, including many New South Wales government agencies, police, ambulance, fire and rescue and health. We had representatives from national self-insurer associations present too. It was an amazing day, wasn't it, Noni? And we shared the campaign message and sought feedback from those in the room to ensure we were setting up things for success. We'll share a bit more about that later in the presentation. Anyway, we are so pleased to share this background and story with you and to gain broader industry ambassadorship, moving forward from today. And I'm going to pass over to Noni, who will expand a little bit further on the why and the well-known but important supporting evidence that has led to this initiative.
Thanks, Alex. I did mention this last week. I am very privileged to be promoted from your slide master to speaker from last year.
Congratulations.
I'm a little disappointed though because you promised today I would be wearing a Madonna mic as part of this presentation.
Going for the TED Talk feel,
So all right, so we get to the proper stuff. So through the process of return to work roundtables, working groups and stakeholder feedback, ARPA set out to identify the key challenges impacting employers and the subsequent and direct impact on workers with injury or illness. ARPA members and Return to Work Roundtable stakeholders told us of the following challenges directly impacting or resulting in delayed recovery and return to work. Okay, so you told us that there was stigma related to personal injury. There's a lack of communication, support, understanding of individuals' personal injury from direct supervisors or employers. You told us there were relationship breakdown between stakeholders post-injury or illness, whether this be employer, insurer, treating health providers or family members. We have social isolation post-injury, secondary psychological injury. We have employer limited capability, understanding and resources, noting that we're talking about predominantly micro to small and medium employers. And existing programs that we have are not well understood for an employer to put in place. What we know is we have lots of resources, so many resources, but where do we find them? How do we use them? And where do we start? So through this feedback as a group, we developed the following problem statement. People who suffer a personal injury across Australia are often faced with stigma and prejudice, and is generally agreed that there is a general lack of employer capability and awareness surrounding return to work practices, particularly with micro, small and medium organisations. So with the feedback provided by ARPA members and Return to Work Roundtable stakeholders, we then sought to confirm that our observations, opinions and feedback were validated through research. So what we know, where there's challenges for workers without employer support, that there are many statistics. So if we're looking at delayed return to work rates, the stats show us that workers without early employer contact are twice as likely to experience delayed recovery. We know that where there's a disagreement between a worker and their employer or claims organisation is linked to lower return to work rates. When a difference of opinion was reported, return to work was 22% lower in physical claims and 23% lower in psychological claims. Happy to share my sources after this, but I'm on a mission to finish this in time. Mental health strain. Up to 45% of injured workers experience anxiety or depression when employer support is absent. Financial hardship. Injured workers off work for more than 3 months are 4 times more likely to experience financial stress. Loss of job security. So 1 in 4 workers report concerns about job loss when not supported. Disconnection from the workplace. 60% of workers feel disconnected from their workplace after 12 weeks of unsupported absence. Increased risk of long-term disability. Lack of employer support increases the risk of long-term disability by up to 50%. We have legal and advocacy challenges. 35% of workers seek legal advice when employer support is lacking. We have career disruption. 40% of unsupported injured workers report career setbacks post-recovery. We have a breakdown in trust. 70% of injured workers say lack of support negatively affected their view of their organisation. Lucky last, where an employer doesn't provide support, we have social and family impact. So 1 in 3 workers report family stress due to prolonged injury and lack of employer engagement. So based on our industry expertise together, our key observations and feedback were met with direct evidence of the impact of a worker unsupported by the employer. We then sought out the evidence that confirms the outcome where employer support is provided to workers. That is, we wanted to confirm the direct relationship between the support of an employer and the influence on recovery and return to work outcomes. I should have asked you to help me with my slides, Alex.
I can do it.
That's all right. So with the campaign in mind, we then sought to confirm the evidence. So what we know, where employer support is provided, workers with strong employer support are 30% more likely to recover faster and return to work. Supported workers report 50% lower levels of psychological distress. They return to work within 13 weeks cost the system 70% less than those who remain off work. And early employer contact and modified duties can reduce time off work by up to 40%. The research goes on. We found that half as many employees reported work absence due to pain compared to treatment as usual when supervisors and high-risk injured workers were offered collaborative training in problem solving and communication. In that same group, less than a third as many days of work were lost compared to usual, and half as many follow-up healthcare visits were needed. We have reduced costs and risks. Employers who engage in return to work planning reduce claim duration by up to 60%. We have strengthening of workplace culture. So 85% of employees who felt supported during recovery reported higher job satisfaction and loyalty. We have social and community impact. So early return to work reduces the economic burden on the healthcare and welfare system. And I think the one probably closest to our heart, particularly from a rehab provider perspective, is family and community wellbeing. So families of injured workers experience less financial stress and improved quality of life when the injured worker returns to work, and children of injured workers are more likely to not experience emotional and educational challenges if the parent remains at work long term. So, we've heard from our members, we've heard from our stakeholder groups. We set out to validate our observations and opinions with fact through research and evidence. And with this information, as the experts in recovery and return to work, we set ourselves the task of supporting employers to do better in supporting their employees return to work post-injury or illness, regardless of scheme, throughout Australia. From here, we clearly established a need to reduce stigma associated with personal injury, to improve employer return to work capability, to provide a unified national resource for employers to empower businesses with clear, practical tools, to enhance recovery and return to work outcomes for injured people, and to put the evidence into action.
Okay, Noni. Well, the big moment has now come, and I'm hoping you organised the drum roll this time.
Yeah, I did this time.
You did?
Yeah.
There it goes. Whoa, that's right. Now, just a moment, everybody. This inspirational music goes for about 3 minutes. So I might talk over top of it. Hopefully you're feeling the inspiration. Feel free to get out to the phones. Some of the guys are handing out a brochure that has a QR code to the website. I'm going to hand out some merchandise as well that we've got. And we've got the QR code on the screen shortly as well. ARPA is proud to launch a national industry-led communication campaign to inspire employers to take an active and leading role in supporting injured and ill employees return to work. The campaign addresses 2 critical barriers: limited employer capability and persistent community stigma surrounding personal injury. The communication campaign equips employers with free tools and guidance to support their employees' recovery and facilitate successful return to work. It promotes a supportive workplace culture for injured or ill people, regardless of how or where the injury occurred, encouraging open discussions and acceptance. It provides a consistent message and materials available across Australia that will hopefully lead to greater awareness, use and adoption in practice. The campaign highlights the well-documented evidence that employer support and workplace factors have a significant influence on return to work and can be considered a primary determinant to successful return to work. The Good to Go, We Can't Wait to Have You Back campaign promotes return to work both as a moral responsibility and a smart business decision. By highlighting the productivity gains, financial benefits and human value of early and supported return to work, the campaign seeks to motivate employers, particularly SME, to lead with empathy and competence. Good to Go is about employers being good to go and fully equipped and ready to support their people recover and return to work. We like the dual message raised by Matt Vickers last week that Good to Go is also for injured people being good to go, promoting motivation and capacity to return to the workplace. The Good to Go, We Can't Wait to Have You Back campaign is about making all employees feel supported and connected to avoid career disruption and build lasting trust within their workplace. The campaign is designed to overcome the evidence challenges faced by people with an injury or an illness, and Good to Go puts evidence into practice and action. Good to go. So we acknowledge this campaign message is not necessarily new. However, the consensus of all the roundtables and the views of those who attended is that the message needs to be made clear and loud again to cut through. There is a lot of material available and great work already being done. However, this campaign is to simplify and to promote access. It is a positive message. Previous campaigns have tended to evoke emotional responses when something goes wrong with a safety angle, rather than promoting the aspirational and positive message when employers support their people to remain or return to work. One of the key differentiators of this campaign is that it's scheme agnostic, designed to be applied across all personal injury schemes, CTP, life insurance, not just workers' compensation. To our knowledge and research, no other return to work campaign exists to be used across all Australian personal injury schemes. The campaign aims to refresh, reframe, repeat the simple message that we all know is incredibly important. I'm going to hand over to Noni again, who's going to talk about what we've developed as part of the campaign.
Rightio. So we've been busy bees, haven't we, Alex? So many of us have been working together many hours to put this together alongside our PR firm. So what we have developed, so if you've clicked on the QR code, that would be the start of where we're at. So we've got a comprehensive website with practical guides and reference tools that can be utilised by employers. We have interactive tools, including a custom-built Arebro. It self-calculates. It's got an algorithm in it and everything, tells you what to do. We have case studies that are being developed. It will be featured from ARPA members. We have expert tips for employers from ARPA members around how to best support people with their recovery and return to work. And many, many more things. So we have today, and we will be moving forward in our socials and additional campaign messaging. The round table last week was, I think Alex and I would agree, simply fantastic. The people that attended had so many more ideas that were there. I won't steal your thunder, Alex. I'll let you go to that slide that you're desperately wanting to open. So I'll hand back to you. But I really wanted that slide, just want it to be known.
No. So that's just an illustration of the website that you've all been able to have a look at. So, what's next? Well, today is really just the start. It's really just the start today. And what ARPA hopes will be a long-standing and lasting movement in the Australian personal injury industry, and we want you to be involved. As we mentioned, last week's 5th Return to Work Roundtable, we got some amazing feedback, and we were genuinely blown away at the positive feedback, goodwill, and so many amazing ideas about how we can roll this out nationally and engage with industry to ensure success. There was also a suggestion last week that we should get a campaign bus and go on a national roadshow. Noni and I will be on the bus. Derek Borean said that he's happy to drive, and we want everyone on the bus. There might even be karaoke. Seriously, it is a privilege to be showcasing this campaign at PIEF today, especially wearing these matching Good to Go t-shirts. And Noni and I were going for a TED Talk feel, but not quite sure we've hit the mark with that. But we gave it a crack, didn't we, Noni? But seriously, we also want your feedback here today, and we'll give you a means to do so shortly. And after PIEF, and then the next step is to formally and officially launch the campaign on social media and via press release. The website will go live. If you've tried to leave your details in the website at the moment, it won't work because it's still in demo phase and will go live within the next couple of weeks, early November. Through the expertise of HM Focus, we've scheduled a 12-week social media campaign, Good to Go. And over the next 3 months, the campaign will follow those themes that you can see on the screen. We're going to look at phase 2 after phase 1, so there's more work to be done, and we'll get busy developing the next phase, which might include videography, interviews with injured people and employers, sharing those narratives through blogs and podcasts, humanising our campaign, targeted industry group initiatives, industry forums and consultation with small business chambers, etc. We'll ensure ongoing review, refinement of the campaign and materials to ensure recency, relevance and ongoing uptake, accessibility to match disability, culture, language ability and generational uptake. So, I'll get there, we're running out of time very quickly. The call to action, as mentioned, we are seeking campaign ambassadors to be part of the next steps, and we're looking to you and your organisations to get involved and support this message and campaign material. We have included the option to sign up on the website as ambassadors via the website. We're obviously hoping that you follow up as LinkedIn page. We want ambassadorship to encourage adoption and uptake across the country. We are seeking your support to share the campaign far and wide through every available channel. We are also planning co-branding, national amplification and collaborative partnership opportunities across both phase 1 and phase 2, and we'd love to hear anyone that is interested. We want you to tell us how your organisation could be a part of this collective effort. So we are running out of time, but we did want your feedback today. Don't know if this is run out of time or not working. There it is. So please get in touch with ARPA, basically. But if you want to provide feedback, take a shot of this QR code, and there's some questions, 3 questions, those questions that we'd love to hear from you on. We don't really have time to sit here and do that now, but if you do have a moment to provide your feedback, we'd be very grateful. Feel free to grab Noni, myself, ARPA President Frank in BC, and our new CEO, Nat Davey, who's in the room as well, who's here at PIEF. So if you want to chat about this campaign, we'd love to hear from you. So in conclusion, we hope you are feeling energised and inspired by this campaign. Good to Go, we can't wait to have you back, is refreshing and reframing an important message. What have we got to lose to support those who we serve as our collective moral obligation? So thank you, everybody, and I'm going to leave you with that corny, inspirational music because it goes for 3 minutes. We can't accept any questions. So you want to just joking? You do have a.
Well, we do only have 25 seconds for questions, but I have had one come in, which is, can you share the meaning behind the logo for the campaign? Was that secret?
Yeah, I think broadly there's a few different parts to it, but broadly it's segments of all the different stakeholders in the industry, and the yellow being the employers. I guess that's largely the design.
Yeah.
I think that's a very convincing answer. So thank you, Alex. Thank you, Noni. Please give them one more round of applause. Thanks very much.
Alright, that time has started, so we're going to move on. So these are your switches for the PowerPoints. So I think Mariam's got some slides. Okay. I've got two microphones just in the middle there as well.
I'm going to sit here with you so you can hold my hands.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Just wait for Mariam.
Yeah, it's working. He'll put this. Yeah, he'll put them up once we start.
That'd be great. Thank you.
You know, squeeze through.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Linda Reeves, and I'm the Executive Manager of the Employer Choice Teams. I have some teams in Newcastle and Sydney, and I've been with GIO for 19 years, coming up to 20 years next year. And I am delighted to be able to introduce this impressive panel today. And I'll go through a little bit about their introductions, their bios and so on. But this is Building a Stronger Future with the Professional Standards Framework, which is PSF. So thank you for joining us. This session will run for around 45 minutes. We'll do some questions and answers at the end. You'll see down there a QR code that you can pop your questions into, and we'll leave the panel sufficient time at the end to be able to answer those questions for you. So as way of introduction, we have Dean Gray here from Suncorp, GIO. Dean has been with Suncorp for the last 18 years. Dean is our Capability and Learning Manager, and I've spent a great deal of time with Dean, particularly over the last 6 years as we built our own internal framework. So Dean will talk a little bit about that in a moment. Sophie Potter. Welcome, Sophie. With over 19 years' experience in the workers' compensation and injury management industry, Sophie is a knowledgeable personal injury professional and expertise in leadership, coaching and mentoring, and multi-jurisdictional workers' compensation legislations and their applications. Welcome. Mariam Tadras, who I've got to know over the last couple of years, I think since about 2021. We've worked together very closely on the PSF, where some of the other CSPs who are probably in the room today spent a great deal of time pulling all this together on behalf of iCare. So we're thankful and grateful for that opportunity to be able to contribute. As a passionate industry recognised capability manager and a specialist, Mariam has spent over 15 years enabling access to meaningful education in support of professional development and best practice. She has significant and proved experience in creating tailored end-to-end strategies, programs and frameworks within the toughest regulatory business frameworks to lift capability and carry out solutions that are centred around high duty or care for those at risk. So thank you, Mariam, for joining us. And last, the lovely Maria Sendoni. Maria has been a senior learning and capability specialist at Allianz for the last 2 years. But I've got to know lovely Maria over the last couple of minutes, and she's actually been with Allianz for 18 years. So commenced as a claims advisor back in the day. So welcome. Thank you for joining us. I've got some questions to ask to get this panel discussion off and running. The first one is to you, Mariam, if I could. What was the imperative to creating the PSF?
Thanks so much, Linda. Oh, yes, I can use the mic for those at the back. Thank you so much. The imperative to create the professional standards framework really came from a place where we were very supportive and could see the value in the various, I guess, ways of thinking about capability in our claim service provider organisations. But what was really lacking was a centralised view of what good looked like. And we had some recommendations given to iCare from Justice McDougall and also Janet Dorr in 2019 onward, which was really centred around, hey, there are some gaps here that could do with filling. There's an opportunity here. And they were very specific about what they wanted to see in a framework. And some of the key concepts they had was a framework which included all of frontline claim management, so case managers, but also that very important support triangle that sits behind the case manager. Some of the other features included having a balance between technical skills and also soft skills. And the soft skills component perhaps historically hasn't been as emphasised, but they did pick that up to say you need to have something that says deliberately and specifically that trauma-informed care is important, that person-centred care is important, not just empathy, which can be quite general. It's empathy delivered for this audience, for this purpose. This is the sort of language that we should be using. This is acceptable labelling that you should be using. And I think, initially we understood the recommendations, but we were humble enough to understand that iCare as a single entity didn't have any business creating a framework and just handing it down. What we wanted to do was establish a co-design ethos where we could invite the experts in the room. And the experts in the room were not at an executive level. They are experts, but we wanted experts in boots on the ground experience and leadership development experience. So the people that we invited to partner with us were people that spanned from being a case manager or being a technical specialist, having that operational know-how, as well as capability leaders in our separate organisations who could come in and help educate on what does it mean. And from there, which was a considerable time, some 200 plus face-to-face consultation hours, this was only to craft the framework. This was not inclusive of the assessment practices that went with it later and the learning suite opportunities that went with it later. So the impetus really came from a need and a clear call to action from people who were looking to improve iCare and its workers' compensation scheme. And we're really proud to have had the enormous support from our claim service providers, not only those joining me on the panel today, but also EML and QBE, and more recently, we did have DXE for a short period, all still lending very valuable experience.
Thank you, Mariam. How have you embedded the PSF into learning and development across the Allianz Frontline employee experience, Maria?
Is that on? Yep, amazing. Yeah, so we really integrated our professional standards framework from the onset of our claims journey. So with all our new starters, we really take them on board in that induction program and really embed that framework and the requirements of the framework. So all the skills and all the tools required to be the best case manager they can be in relation to the framework that we created. So we start off at that induction program, as well as all our training program has been embedded with the PSF through the matrix that we've created for NI and TMF. And that really allows our case managers to really drive their career progression and really see what skills and capabilities they require at that case manager level as well. So yeah, we've really embedded that program throughout our whole career progression program.
Yeah, good on you, Maria. Thank you. The enthusiasm around it and the ease of application?
Yeah, so essentially what we did was create a My Career program which really designed the framework for our case managers to guide their careers. So we use the professional standards as well as the national standards,
Yes.
as well as the Allianz way, culture,
Yep.
you know, the juicy stuff, that really defines Allianz as, you know, an organisation really driving performance and best practice. So, you know, really being able to define what a case manager requires in their role, having that training, exposure and experience, and really evidencing that capability for that framework. So we really took the learnings from PSF and developed that program, which has been quite successful.
Thank you, Maria. That question was written down, so thank you. I appreciate you answering that. I was curious. Dean, what can you share about the implementation process for Suncorp GIO?
Implementation, that's probably the worst word to hear as a learning and development professional. I'm probably the same for all of us. We're guilty of developing some real shiny, great products that sit on the shelf and collect dust, because implementation can be one of the hardest things. And I think not just with professional standards, but all implementation of learning, you really need to connect to the purpose and get the buy-in from people early on. With professional standards, we were so lucky to have it co-created by industry. So that meant all of us who had been in the room and been part of that conversation were really into it and really wanted to see it done. But what we then needed to do was go out and translate that to the front line. And I think I can speak on behalf of all CSPs who work in New South Wales. We have a lot of long-tenured claims advisors, leaders, technical specialists all across it. And suddenly we were asking them to, in their eyes, justify their role in the scheme. And it was really crucial we got that change element right. And I couldn't do that as the capability and learning manager because I wasn't on the front line with them experiencing their roles. So it was really important to bring the executive support, so the likes of Linda Reeves, in to come and explain that and coach people through it. We had a rocky start at the start because Mariam can attest to that. She coached me through it a lot. Was probably the problem child at times. But we wanted to do a good job, and we had all our frontline, they were focused on delivering those return to work outcomes. So we had to just slowly build up that change management to really get them to buy in. And all of a sudden the floodgates opened, and as each leader's lights turned on, the evidence started to flow in, and we really got those experienced claims advisors on. In fact, there's a few people I can think of who went from, I'm never going to do this, to they became some of our greatest advocates for the framework, and they still are to this day. They love going to the QA sessions. They love explaining to our new starters why it's important. So we haven't nailed it as much as we would have liked to, but I think the implementation has been really good. And I think it's setting us up now to move to that next stage, which is the national standards, to look at it across all our schemes. So I would love to only be responsible for New South Wales, but I'm also responsible for the capability and learning of 4 other workers' comp schemes and 4 other CTP schemes, and you know, often dragged across into our commercial space. So we've learned a lot, which is really going to help change the focus of our industry. And one of the biggest things, if I look at it from, if I put my strategic hat on, is our industry could potentially face a labour shortage, because why would you want to come and work in a place where you're dealing with trauma and you know, people who are injured day in, day out? It's really hard. we need to keep people, and I think by implementing this into our workforce, we're giving people flags on the hill to go for, so they'll start to build long-term careers, which many of us have probably been in the industry a long time, and this is our bread and butter, but we need to keep people coming in so that we can get things done. So that's a little bit about our implementation journey and a side note there.
I've been on that journey. As a side note, succession planning, Dean, obviously we want to build that capability so someone can come into my role and, whenever that is.
It's not going to be me.
There's plenty. Sophie Gallagher-Bassett, how have you embedded PSF into the assessment practices whilst preserving GB's own people framework into the employee experience?
Yeah, thank you. GB came into the scheme at New South Wales in June 2023 along with DXC, so we had a very different experience to some of the other CSPs, meaning if I'm going to talk about the applying assessment, the assessment process was already done. It had been tested by the other CSPs, and DXC and GB came in with new claims models, new way of doing things. So we, like Dean said, we really struggled to start with, and we're still learning how to apply that assessment piece. But with challenge came opportunities. So we were in a startup. Anyone else who's been in a startup and applying a new assessment method to our claim staff can probably appreciate the difficulties we ran into there. We already have existing GB learning and capability frameworks, and it was really easy for us to map the professional standards competency statements to that. But when we got to the assessment piece, it was difficult. So we found it was built off a support triangle that a lot of the other CSPs use, and GB brought in something more like a support hexagon where we had return to work specialists, eligibility specialists, different roles that revolved around the case manager and popped in and out of the case manager and claim life cycle to assist them. And looking for the assessment pieces, it changed the case manager's delegation and tasks as what was more traditional in New South Wales. So we were searching for these assessment pieces that we couldn't find sometimes because the case manager hadn't done that particular type of work. So we would go back to iCare a lot, worked with Mariam's team around what can we do, can we evidence stack, like how are we going to satisfy that our case managers are capable against this framework. We also found that when GB came into the New South Wales environment, we only had brand new claims. So we had a very small pieces of evidence. We didn't have lovely things like work capacity or whole person impairment, where there's a lot of work that we could apply to our professional standards framework. So we've gone through a lot of learnings in that space. During a startup, we wanted to keep the case managers out of having to stress about submitting evidence. So we have a great role at GB for capability specialists, and they are technically a one-on-one coach for our case managers. So we gave them the task of going through claim work and looking for assessment pieces to satisfy the PSF. And as our claims number grew, as our portfolio grew and matured, that wasn't really working for us in collating assessments and satisfying assessments, because we really needed those capability specialists to be coaching our staff and not looking for assessment pieces on behalf of staff. So we've evolved over the past 2 years of introducing self-submission tools, different processes, allowing different roles in the business to hold that coaching role as well. It's become a shared and a holistic role across GB and New South Wales. Also, we've recently partnered with a company called SkillStation. It's like a capability index. So we can utilise what we're finding in assessment across PSF and integrate that back into Gallagher-Bassett's framework, learning and capability framework, our coaching tools, our training programs. And it automatically identifies from the evidence we're collecting through PSF and our own internal learning and coaching programs, an emerging skills gap somewhere in the business. We can compare teams, we can compare individuals, operations. So it's been a PSF, as much as it was challenging us to start with, we've implemented a whole lot of things to make life a little bit better with GB and help not just making sure our staff are consistent in industry in New South Wales with their capability, but providing career pathways. And also we've just had, I can see Jane and Christine from Return to Work SA. It's been great of our learnings from PSF and the assessment piece and how that goes into the Gallagher way and our culture.
And we can implement that in South Australia and use the tools that we've been able to build through PSF to assist in Return to Work SA and their professional standards, and similarly with PIEF and national standards. It's been a really good learning tool, having a startup business coming into a competency capability framework.
Wow, Sophie, impressive. I love that you've engaged an external party to be able to assist you in broadening that framework to allow you to learn and grow. Incredible. Well done. Mariam, how is the PSF envisaged to support industry into the future?
There's a couple of things, I think, especially for audience members that aren't as familiar with PSF, to appreciate what is this exactly. The Professional Standards Framework is a tri-segment approach. That means that you have a framework. This is the document itself that says these are the skills, knowledge and behaviours that you need for this role, for that role, for that role, and this is how those proficiencies stack up against each other, i.e. if I was starting as a case manager and I wanted to progress my career into a technical role or into a team leadership role, at what level of skill do I need to be from a proficiency perspective? So you have that, that's a document. But anybody that works in operations understands that a document or a strategy that's written down, it's just a piece of paper. It doesn't do anything, it doesn't move anything. For it to move and to have life, it needs other parts. And the other parts in the PSF include the learning. Learning is not just modules and sitting in a classroom setting, whether it's virtual or physical. The learning is a journey that encompasses 10% of structured learning, i.e. the modules, 20% of exposure, and 70% is your experience doing the role in the chair. So when we say the learning aspect, I want you to really reframe your minds from thinking of learning suites and thinking about applied learning, because that's what the framework asks of every individual. It doesn't want to see you know something, it wants to see how you apply what you learned. And how much you apply really depends on your particular role and what's expected of your role, which the framework supports you with because it clearly articulates what's expected of you in that role. So you have those two parts. And then you have there on the right assessment. And assessment, again, is not about assessment in terms of exams or someone just watching you do something. No. Assessment is validating on the ground, using your daily activity, that you can show that competency, that you can demonstrate it on the job very well. The assessment piece was built by the New South Wales scheme, and it was built in such a way that it was enveloped around day-to-day activities. And we built matrices to say, if you were a case manager and you were doing this sort of an activity, let's say an injury management planning activity, within that, these are all of the competencies that you can satisfy. And so the concept of multiplicity is built into the assessment practice so that you're not doing things in a piecemeal way, but you can get biggest bang for your buck depending on the activity that you're completing. And so in using these three pieces, which have evolved over time, and this is a really important thing, learning isn't static. Capability is not static. And we're talking about capability in this year's conference. We talked about it at last year's. We talked about it at the conference in 2023. iCare was being told about it in 2019, 2021 again. So this recurrent theme of lifting capability, it's such old news. But what we've done in this scheme is have a laser-like focus on that to ensure that those three pieces work together, that those three pieces are tested in field, there's no assumption, and that we have time and space and authority to regroup, to be adaptable and agile, and change our approaches if what we hypothesised doesn't work on the ground, which is totally okay. We're at version 6 of the Professional Standards Framework, to give you an idea. And that acceptance, now the change in the versions can be minute. It can be changing a word from injured worker as referring to someone as an injured worker in the framework to reframing that to say injured person. It's such a subtle change, but it's a change nonetheless, and it has a version control to it. And it's necessary because as we learn and grow, we don't just grow from within. We get information from, well, certainly at iCare, we get information from our nominal insurer advisory council known as NIAC. Part of that council is Unions New South Wales, is also other advocacy groups for personal injury that educate us to say, these are the acceptable terms for this group that you're referring to. And we say, we understand. Thank you for that education. We will change that immediately. And we do. That's how responsive and flexible. The intention is that the framework continues to be malleable. It continues to be relevant to New South Wales workers' compensation scheme. It continues, and as you can see the circle behind me that's going around, these items represent different milestones across the employee life cycle. Good employee experiences equal good customer experiences. Now, I don't use the term customer in a way that's flippant or disrespectful or positions the injured person as a customer, because I understand very well that this is not a customer that had choice and is a consumer in the marketplace, but they're a customer in terms of the value proposition and the person that we serve. And so it's in that context that that wording is used. So a simple formula is, you know, UX equals CX. And if that UX is faulty and you have a revolving door of staff and you have poor retention, which the New South Wales scheme did suffer from historically, then you're not going to have good customer experience because you don't have the experience and the tenure and the passion and the security that this very important cohort needs to stay in scheme, to feel nurtured, to be part of an alumni of professionals where they belong. And as Dean alluded to earlier, it's really never about justifying your place in the scheme and is always about validating how experienced you are and the sorts of skills that you need to be bringing to the table if you're on front line, and having that recognised at a state level is quite important. So in terms of that future, we expect to see that that alumni grows. We have already 900 case managers that are completely assessed under the professional standards framework, and a further 600 that are moving through their assessment, and that is because you have 18 months from commencement to have yourself totally assessed. So for 6 months, you're not assessed at all because we respect that you are new to your journey. You need time to get to know your new work family, to adjust to the culture, to be trained and understand your portfolio. And then once that 6 months clicks over, it's really in that last 12-month period where you are going to start to gather your day-to-day work to support your assessment practice. And so that 600 is part of that tenure maturity it's moving through. So PSF is now at a BAU state. It's taken a long time to get there, not from a leadership or a learning and development perspective, because we know that people change takes a long time. It's not an operational lever that you can pull and see a dividend in data in the next month or the next 6 months. Behavioural change takes time, and that's actually what we're trying to achieve. We're not trying to achieve assessment. We're not trying to achieve a label. What we want to see is, as Sophie pointed out, changes to processes and changes to thinking that start to have a ripple effect into right down into how we attract and entice people to our organisations, that we have articulated skills, knowledge and behaviours that we can embed and weave through our recruitment processes, that we have ways and means that are tangible and solidified to support people to work through their career journey, and to really have something that does never overshadow what is already going on in the organisation, that is very respectful of the cultural context of the organisation, its own people frameworks, and that it can run concurrently with them is very important. So we expect to see that growth to continue. We expect to see the learnings and the confidence that we've had in the case manager cohort start to dribble through into the support triangle, which is our technical specialist, injury management specialist and team leader. We expect to see that alumni starts to move as they get promoted, and we do see that already. Something else that the PSF affords is portability. So and we've seen a lot of movement in the New South Wales scheme over the last 12 months, portfolios changing, being reassigned and all sorts of things. So what happens to that group of people? What's happening there? Oh, well, hang on a sec. We've got something where we created a language that was common, that we could say, these were the skills that I'm bringing. This is how far I've been assessed. So you move from one CSP to another with your suitcase with you, and they know exactly what you've done and what you've earned and what you've shown and how you've done it, because they've done it too. So it just provides a community, I feel, and that community is only going to grow and to get stronger.
Great answer. Thank you very much. We do have just a little bit of time for questions, so if you haven't already popped that question into the chat, please do so. But we do have a question here. I'm going to ask you, Dean, this, if that's okay, and then probably the remaining panellists as well. How does the professional standards framework inform on-the-job coaching and support for frontline quality assurance and their performance?
Yeah, so there's a few different connections there. So the biggest thing is the on-the-job coaching. The professional standards is grounded in the real work that people do. So a lot of the times, a lot of the evidence can be sourced from someone doing their day-to-day job. And what that means is an assessor is able to look at the quality of work being done and in most times compare it within their own teams themselves to go, does this meet the standard that we're looking for? And then if you've built up that coaching capability, which we're very fortunate, we run a full coaching academy within our business to try and bring our technical advisors and IMAs up to, they might not be in positions where they are accountable as leaders, but they are in leadership roles. So we want them coaching and developing people. So we use them to have those coaching conversations and build up that. And we've just gone through a whole stack of where we've looked at evidence that we've submitted and gone, look, it wasn't good enough. Let's find some new evidence and get those people to start bringing that evidence to the table. So just through having those conversations, it's really kind of helped with that. So I might pass down to see if anyone wants to add.
Yeah, that's a really good question, whoever put that in there, thank you. I think I mentioned before, we have a role capability specialist within GB, and they are a coach, and that's really informed how we've applied PSF into Gallagher Bassett, particularly during a startup. And that program I've mentioned before, Skill Station, where we put exactly what we're assessing a case manager against into this program. And instead of Excel doing it, the program can automatically tell us if there's an existing skills gap that needs to be addressed or an emerging skills gap, which is super cool with data and all this stuff, AI stuff that I don't care to understand right now. But it's really evolved our business unit and a speed to competency or speed to capability within our staff, particularly those new to industry case managers coming in, being able to apply all the learnings from that piece, apply to them. They're having a much nicer time than we used to back in the day, scrambling around.
Look, talking to the one-on-one conversations I think that our leaders have with our case managers, really, supporting them, coaching them through the program, the framework and their capabilities, and really guiding them through that upskilling piece. So that, just talking to that one-on-one, I think that's quite critical.
Sorry, just add to that. The key here is data-driven insights. I don't have to have a conversation with someone, or I don't have to assess my team or my department or anything based on, I guess, less data-driven information. And we've seen that historically, and I'm sure that, all over the place, whether it's your current workplace or somewhere that you've worked before, you may be having had experienced or be in a position where you are performance giving a performance review on someone, and you don't really have a lot to work with outside of what you know of this person on a general level. You know, so, oh, Dean, oh, he's a fantastic guy. I love that guy. I'm going to rate him as such, you know, and I do. I've got a lot of love for Dean. But this is actually saying what specifically is the gap. And it lets you harness your energy in your organisation. Instead of you looking at this broad mammoth effort where you say, well, I need to upskill myself. In what? In what exactly? You can point to it and say, it's this here, this is the part where we're a bit low. It's this specific standard, it's this specific competency within the standard that we need. What have we got, guys, that we can give a concentrated effort on this? What is it? It could be a soft skill where it's not as easily demonstrated in a claim where we need to do a bit of role playing or something or other, not a problem. And the strength in the numbers means that if there is something critical that needs upskilling and the particular claim service provider doesn't have it, they can get on the phone and say, hey, Mariam or PSF team, this is a gap that we've noticed across. And of course, we can see those gaps too from a scheme perspective where they are. So whether the claim service provider can come to us and say, we'd love you to support us with this particular thing. Have you got any learning or have you got any ideas? What can you help us with? And we're there at the ready to support and to share our learnings so that you don't have to. So the key to upskilling and uplifting capability, the secret sauce, which is not very secretive, is you need to have a data point that you can show is lacking so you can concentrate your effort efficiently and have that speed to competence work.
Mariam, don't put that microphone down, just for one moment. We don't have any more questions from this group, but I have a question. The drop-in sessions are an incredible opportunity for us as CSPs to say, okay, I'm not getting this particular standard, what evidence would I need to submit? It's an opportunity from the audit process to query some of that evidence that you might have said or the team might have said, it's partially met, it's not quite there, we just need a little bit more. And I know my leaders in the beginning were going, I don't really need that, and then all of a sudden, everyone needed that. So can you talk us through why you developed those drop-in sessions? Because we have found them incredibly valuable to us at GIO.
We treat our relationships as real relationships. They're not business relationships. They're not surface level. We're deeply invested in your success, in your people's success. We care. I know it's ironic because it's I care, but it's okay. And so we developed the drop-in sessions because, first of all, we recognise that assessing is not always easy, even when you have a clear framework and a clear criteria of acceptance. That doesn't necessarily translate immediately, and that's okay. We also recognise that across the claim service providers, not every assessor is actually a trained capability specialist or learning and development specialist. There may be someone who's operational, that's on the floor, and they're not necessarily used to looking at things through that lens. And that's perfectly fine because the expertise that they are bringing to the table is fantastic. So we recognise that there's an opportunity for coaching and for support and to always, always come at the table with a really collaborative, collegiate, friendly voice. We wanted our claim service providers to feel that when they were unsure, they had a soft place to land, not a reprimand. And we're going to get through this together. We're going to find our way through this dark part together. And the beauty of the PSF team doing all of the quality assurance validation meant that we've seen successful examples elsewhere. So we can say, oh, hey, have you thought about this or have you thought about that? This has worked really well, and it starts to just kind of get the thoughts firing off. And those operational people especially seem to latch onto that faster because they're so acutely aware of claim activity that they know, oh yeah, no, I could use that. In fact, I could use this. What do you think of this? And because the PSF team themselves have come from frontline roles, have come from complaints, they also have some legislative backgrounds, they also have some social work backgrounds, their experience that they're bringing too means that we can speak to each other in our operational language.
Yes.
We get each other straight away, and we're willing to take the time. So I think with anything that is being newly implemented, as Dean mentioned earlier, implementation's tough. You can't take it for granted, and the more help and opportunity and comfort that you have to get that help is only going to take you further as a team.
Great answer, thank you. Thanks, Dean.
I might just add to that. For us as a CSP, like the relationship we have with Mariam and the team has been crucial to getting us to the point where we're at now. I think those drop-in sessions have been really good because as we are further along in that journey with PSF, the assessors we trained in day one and the people that are in that room in day one aren't necessarily in those roles anymore. So we've had to bring in new assessors, bring new people along that journey, and it's almost every 6 months we might be starting fresh because there's a new person. So that connection between, like, if you had told me 5 odd years ago that the regulator was going to develop a capability framework, I probably would have went, that's never going to happen. But it's been a really good journey along that, and I think one of the real key things that's probably come out of this is as an industry we probably collaborate a lot more because we have a lot more connection points to talk through things, and one of the keys to the success of the professional standards framework being implemented is we've also adapted a lot. As Mariam said, there's been changes in certain things, whether it might be a word or two, but sometimes we might have adapted entire matrix depending on the nature of the work that people are doing. So we're not trying to fit, square pegs in round holes in a lot of the cases, but we're all doing it together, which I think is really important.
The emphasis on together. Thank you, Mariam. We are at time, and I'd like to thank you all for joining us this afternoon, and thank you to the wonderful panellists. Thank you. I'm sure you're all starving, so go have some lunch. The next, this room is booked from 1:20 to 1:50 if you're interested. How Gallagher Bassett's AI sentiment analysis tool is changing claims handling. Great job.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this afternoon session. I'm Kimberly W.C. Walker, the National Workers' Compensation Tender Manager for GIO, and this afternoon I have the pleasure of introducing this session, which is talking about how Gallagher Bassett's AI settlement analysis tool has been changing their claims handling experience. To go through that presentation today, I do have with me here Liam O'Neill, and Liam is the General Manager for Self and Specialised Insurance at Gallagher Bassett. What we will do as we go through the presentation, there will be a Q&A in the app, so please feel free to bombard it with questions that we'll be able to ask Liam at the end of the session. But I'd also like to thank CIRA for sponsoring the session today. So without further ado, Liam, please come up and begin.
All right. Still coming in. All right, good afternoon. First off, you've made it. We've nearly finished. The conference is winding down. Still some great presentations left. I encourage you to stay to the end, but you've survived the buffet breakfasts, the networking, the fantastic awards dinner last night, and there's definitely a few of you that have collected enough merch to open a small office supply store. So I think good luck getting home with that on the flight. So I know some of you are already checking into those flights. Others are probably like myself trying to stay awake after a late night last night. But I promise this will be lively, practical, and hopefully you can learn something to take back to your businesses as well. So as already said, I'm Liam O'Neill, General Manager of Self and Specialised Insurance at Gallagher Bassett. And I want to show you today how GB is using AI sentiment analysis to transform claims management. Not to replace our people, but to empower them. We have heard over the last day or so that AI apparently, according to Chris White, could be a dirty word. Joel has highlighted that it's not just introducing tech into your business, it's introducing an alien. And emotional intelligence is dropping in our workforce, and potentially AI will take our jobs. And then Michael Frampton spoke about yesterday afternoon the challenge around people's wellbeing in our industry, as well as how do we source and keep talent. I believe this solution will do all those things for Gallagher Bassett and your organisations, and I'll demonstrate that to you today. But if you're also wondering, AI, it sounds expensive and complicated. It's not really. Again, I'll try and demonstrate that we've been there, we've done that, and I'll show you how we've made it work and how you too can make it work as well. This is, when I see claims and service data, it feels a bit like this to me, to be honest. But Daisy is a technical solution, but it's built around our people, around supporting our staff, improving service and uncovering insights that were previously hidden in plain sight. We're all navigating the challenges of capability development, hybrid working and the ongoing service expectations that people want things now. This tool helps us meet those challenges head on. Most importantly, people are at the heart of our business. That's been a theme throughout the conference as well. And supporting them and ensuring we improve the oversight of the calls and the wellbeing that they experience is not only crucial to GB, I hope it's crucial to your organisations as well. So let me start with a pretty basic question. Who here wants to better support their staff, understand their staff's development needs, and improve service outcomes, all without adding more headcount? A few of you? Great. So we've all faced the challenge of what now moment. The service scores are dipping, staff's disengaged, complaints are on the rise. Sentiment analysis helps us answer the why behind those moments. It's not just about the data, it's about the meaning, and the meaning drives action. The meaning enables you to refine your strategy, deliver exceptional service while providing targeted support to your people. Many of you, again, I've said, may be thinking this cost and involvement and effort in implementing sentiment analysis solutions is too high. However, in an industry where service and claim start are at the heart of what we do, and the key differentiator for how we impact injured workers, the impact of not investing is significant. Operating without a support solution puts your people, customers and overall performance at risk. Not to mention, research shows that workers who rate their claims experience are twice as likely to return to work within 6 months than those that don't. What other justification do you need to explore this? Having been in the personal injury industry for 20 years, service has been a constant and one that I've found it hard to drill into and find accurate lead indicators. The GB Vic business unit receives approximately and makes approximately 80,000 calls a month, and we needed a better way to understand these calls, our staff's experience and the drivers of the service. So I'm here to highlight how a cloud solution has provided us the insights to revolutionise the service and support to our staff. GB ultimately had two options. We had to increase the support staff we had, to review more calls and to provide more claims coaching, and guess who needed that support? There's 640 people and we can support them all, but we don't support them very well in much detail. Or we could embrace this technology and to support our people and ultimately our customers. So we have partnered with Daisy, an Australian AI provider that produces insights from customers' conversations to drive better compliance, efficiencies and satisfaction scores. We combine this with Genesis and we ingest the inbound and outbound calls which provides high quality insights to the conversations our staff are having every day. It's based on a preset scorecard, keywords and phrases and focus areas, and it also creates a transcript of those calls. To get the most out of that, you need to ensure that the system understands the thousands of acronyms that are in personal injury insurance, and the words and phrases that they should recognise, and also the compliance and performance requirements that your regulators and your customers and employers set. This is the heart of the solution. Every call is transcribed, scored and analysed across 4 key metrics. So compliance. Are your staff following the requirements of the policies and procedures that are set out both within your organisation, your regulators and the law? Are your staff behaviour and suitability of the sentiment and language they're using with your customers that you can't hear and see, is that appropriate? And are they communicating professionally? Are they listening? And are they executing what you want them to? There's many phone calls I've heard where someone says, "How are you going?" And before they even get a chance to ask, they've already continued through that conversation. So how do we make sure we can educate our staff to stop and listen when you ask a question? Leaders get real-time dashboards that highlight the risks, the trends, the coaching opportunities. It's like having a service microscope that's zooming in on what matters most. So let me walk you through this typical, very basic dashboard. So the top information is scores over time. The call volume, the quality assurance, the scores over time. On the left-hand side are the current score levels across the 4 areas, and these can be drilled into down to down to a claims manager level. In the middle, high-risk calls. Those are calls that aren't meeting the compliance requirements, and that could be as simple as asking 3-point contacts, so making sure you're speaking to the right person when they do call in. And on the far right are the best agents, those who have had the strongest QA scores of their calls, and allows you to recognise great performance really quickly. So an individual agent view. So each claims manager can see their own performance, their call volumes, their quality assurance, and the comparison to peers. Team leaders can track their progress, post-coaching, identify high-risk calls. This isn't about surveillance, it's about support, and it gives our staff clarity and leaders the ability to coach with precision. We felt it really important that our staff could see the scores that were being rated for them, so they could challenge their results. We could reinforce that this tool is solely about support and development and not monitoring them. So nothing's hidden. They see this, they can log in when and how often they want to. So on the top level, pretty basic, they're the calls. For this individual, they've had 16 calls reviewed. They're growing. They've gone up 13% from their QA scores. There is an improvement. 59% is not great, but they're getting there. On the left-hand side, sort of the key statements and phrases we're looking at getting information on. And this is the graph of, I guess, their QAs over time. The red flags down the bottom indicate where one of our customer service support staff have done an individual coaching session, listened to a call, breaking that down with them, and hopefully over time you see post those calls increase, or that satisfaction increasing. So now if we zoom out a bit, we can view teams, we can compare teams, we can rebalance workloads, and we can share best practice. And let's be honest, nothing fires up healthy competition like seeing another team outperform yours. So we've seen teams lift their game simply by seeing their score against someone else's score. And from a practical use, 2 front-end teams as an example can compare to see who's performing in which area better, and they can get together, they can collaborate like we've discussed during the conference, share what they're working, what they're focusing on, how they're training each other, and why their scores are different. So again, a better way to collaborate and support internally, and again, challenge each other, healthy competition to drive improvement across our business. We're all surveyed. We get over-surveyed these days. We've probably had text messages. I've had a few from the Hilton already asking me how my stay was. So I'm sure you have as well. This isn't a survey though. This is based on sentiment, based on language, based on keywords. So the system picks up all those phone calls and gives us quality score to it based on all things that it assesses. There's no survey sent. You can drill down to an individual, a team, a branch. It's a lead indicator that helps you act before issues can escalate. We've used it to identify coaching needs, celebrate great calls, and even spot emerging service trends. I guess the bottom one can be really helpful. So the line graph down there, you can map against regulator or external satisfaction scores and use as a lead indicator. You can drill in to areas of strength and opportunity, explore what might be causing those spikes and dips in performance. 35 is our current net score. According to Daisy, 30 is sort of their average, so GB are above their average. We always want to get better, but it has been going up over time. So since Feb 2024, we've ingested over 500,000 calls across 230 staff and 29 teams. We've seen improvements across all metrics. We'll go mustard, we'll go yellow. That compliance score has predominantly strengthened once we've moved to Genesis, so it's allowed us to code calls better, more sophisticated, drill into, actually it's an employer, it's a stakeholder, it's an injured worker. So that data quality, that system's allowed us to do that a lot stronger. So you can see the calls. And we've since sort of plateaued, so now our challenge is to really push past that 90% and really drive ongoing performance. So that was the basic, that's the dashboards, that's some insight, that's just the beginning though. How does it actually change claims management? So one, I've sort of touched on it, targeted development. So we can now pinpoint who out of the 640 claims or 640 staff in our VIC operation needs development. We've only got 8 or 9 coaches that coach calls, so we can now pinpoint who might need more hours, who might need what training on what calls. We also can look at allocating more hours to those. We can run group sessions if there's actual training components that are, I guess, failing or areas of weakness across the business. We can pull people together and do group discussions, group trainings, opportunities. We've also strengthened our onboarding process for new starters to work through areas where there's been, I guess, areas or communication issues where we've had a challenge around less understanding of certain topics. As I highlighted earlier, I think Joel said yesterday that emotional intelligence is dropping in our workforce. I think we have a young workforce that don't like making phone calls anymore. If they can't use social media or text or email, it freaks them out. Scarily, we onboarded someone, I think 6 weeks ago, and at lunchtime on the day one they left because they realised they had to make too many phone calls. That's a worry. So if you don't know what they're saying on a phone call when they don't like making phone calls and they don't know how to pick up cues around someone not coping and have that intelligence to pick that up, you're really running blind, especially if they're at home. You can't even hear or see it. So this, quality gives us some insight into how best to do that. Documentation. So as I said, it can produce a transcript of the call. It saves our claim staff having to type while listening, and then they're not listening because they're typing. And the quality of what they said and typed isn't what was said because they were trying to do 2 things at once and probably talk to someone else in their team to ask for some help, especially when they're at home. They're typing on Teams to try and get an answer for a call. So all these things gives them greater capacity to truly listen and understand and support those injured workers. They're 2 of the basic aspects of how it's changing our claims management. The next 3 I'll go to in more detail in the coming slides. Each of these has a ripple effect on staff wellbeing, customer satisfaction, operational efficiency. Complaints. This is a game changer. Complaints are part of the service industry, but what if you could identify unhappy customers before they complain? We can now predict which calls are likely to result in a complaint based on phrases like frustrated, annoyed, I want to speak to your manager. The system flags likely and very likely calls to result in a complaint. Our feedback team then reviews these flag calls that day, initiates recovery calls where needed. It's proactive service recovery. This has helped us reduce formal complaints and improve stakeholder relationships. The table on the right, the darker the box, the more complaint language is in that box. So those boxes represent teams, staff. You can drill into that and go to a team. Is it a long tail team? Is it a front end team? Is it our disputes function that's getting more complaints? Is it an individual, when you drill down in that team, that needs more support and training? Positively, on the left-hand side, that's our core volumes and our percentage of likely complaints that's going down, which is great, at a reflection of our service recovery and proactive calling. Obviously, October wasn't mature enough and it looks like it's spiked, but it started to come down and it's now back down to the basic levels, which is fantastic. First call resolution. Who has staff that said, I keep getting the same calls over and over again? This dashboard shows who's calling multiple times and whether they're calling about the same question, issue, topic. It helps us fix communication gaps and reinforce decisions. It's a simple feature with a big impact. You can set the time frame you want to assess repeat callers. This data set is a week. The top shows that FCR shows we've had 13,000 calls for the week and 81% of those calls have been from a single caller. 1,300 calls have been from a caller who's called at least twice, and 232 of those calls are from a caller who appears to be calling about the same reason, topic, and area that hasn't been answered. The system picks up key language and key words of the phone number and gives a similarity rating. The higher the rating, the more likely the topic is about the same thing. This enables us to address key topics or decisions that may not be being explained well by staff, or topics that could be reinforced by text message, by email, by some other further way. So you can see it's all been blacked out, but so it picks up the first phone call and the second and goes, well, gee, they sound the same. They've got the same topics, the same terms, and 90% likely that's about the same thing. So again, we can drill in there. Our process improvement team can go in, our training team can go, gee, we can't really explain adverse decisions, or they're not really extending return to work obligations. So we can go in and make sure the training's there, the scripts are right, and they're really going into detail. So we stop getting those repeat calls. Come in if you need. There's a bit of people at the back there. Actionable insights. So again, that first slide, that jumble of numbers and letters, what does it all mean? Again, you've got a few hundred staff receiving calls. What are they receiving those calls about? Unless you survey them every day and ask them, you've got no idea. Well, this system categorises what calls you are receiving and about what. It then ranks those categories based on the negative and positive aspects of those topics that have on service. So here's an example. So categorised, put some ratings against the impact on service. Obviously, red and orange mean it's having a significant impact on service. So I chose taxi. It's something we regularly do, probably something you all do, taxi or Uber probably these days. You can drill in. So then go into the category, go into the tense of that phone call, what they were inquiring about, what the root cause could have been. And most of ours, obviously, it's from voice, this one. And what's the topic of that taxi inquiry? So this example, we were able to drill in and realise that in our tail teams, there was an issue with 1-3 cabs. There was an issue with how our teams were explaining taxi codes to our injured workers, the communication channels, what the injured workers were receiving and what our staff were saying. So we worked both with the external stakeholder 1-3 cabs, our staff, our training team, and we were able to reduce these complaints in that function. So we have fewer calls, better service, happier staff, and that's the kind of insights we weren't getting before, all on one metrics for one system of this scary thing called AI that's meant to replace people. It's only enhancing our people's capability. Wellbeing. So Michael Frampton from ACC, and I think all of us spoke about people's wellbeing. The personal injury scheme is fantastic. It's why we're all still here. It's why we're here over the last 2 days, but it's challenging. Our staff are at the heart of what we do. They drive the outcomes, but they receive some challenging calls. They receive some challenging circumstances. If you can't see them, how do you know what they're receiving? If they're not comfortable enough to raise what they're receiving, what happens? So this is the most powerful one, I believe, and it comes to supporting our people. Again, about supporting people, not replacing people. We can now see what our staff are receiving, regardless of where they are working, the calls that have impact on their experience and their wellbeing. The system flags calls where there's more than 2 words or phrases that relate to distress language, abuse, self-harm, vulnerability. It allows managers to proactively call these staff and touch base with them throughout the day. They can go into the dashboard and see that Jane's had some calls that are flagged as red. They can proactively call Jane and see how she's going, tell her to have some time with the phone, have a debrief, make sure she doesn't need EAP or any other further supports, link our mental health consultants with her to have a talk and maybe reach out to that injured worker as well. Business-wide, It gives you a top-line graph to look at potential risks over time. Christmas is obviously a happy period for some people, then straight after Christmas, it hits the fan again. So we can look at that. How do we best support staff during that time? It's usually a shutdown period, so less staff. And then you can drill down to individual teams. So are there teams in your business that have more challenging calls than others? Do they need different training, different supports? Do they need a portfolio rebalance? Are the portfolios fair? Are they more complex? And then down to an individual agent. Who is getting the tougher calls? Are they potentially causing some of those tough calls, the way they engage and listen? Are they just the challenging injured workers that they manage? So again, in a hybrid world, this is essential. It's not about service, it's about care. All right, so that was a quick overview on what this solution can do to support you. But how long did that take, I hear you ask? Well, it doesn't stop. It's an evolving solution that'll keep working. But end-to-end, 7 months of weekly meetings and monthly meetings to support the transition. We utilised existing SME staff within our business because to ensure the quality of the input, you need to get the output, you need to put the input, has to be quality. I think a dedicated project manager and product owner would further enhance how your teams could implement this, but SMEs are essential. Scorecard testing and keyword identification takes time, but this investment is well worth it. The more accurate the calibration, the better the outputs. And having a lead owner to look over it because it has rolling enhancements and benefit. Finally, plan, plan, plan. This is a project that releases capacity, supports wellbeing and improves data and insights, but you need a structured approach. Communication and buy-in from staff is really important. Again, remember, we're introducing an alien apparently to the workforce. So making sure that they understand and making sure that they got buy-in, that it's not about surveillance, that it's about supporting them is essential. Working with your L&D areas to create L&D roadmaps is really key. With all this, patience and insights will come. Plan well, communicate often, and partner closely with your provider. To every operational lead in the room, executive, if you're not already exploring how to better support your staff and customers, what are you doing? Sentiment analysis isn't just a tool, it's a lens that helps you see your people, your service, and the future more clearly. Let's use this to lead better. Support your staff, improve your service, and lead the change. The impact on your people's wellbeing, engagement, service, and recovery is real. This is a game changer, and you have the power to lead that change. It's been great sharing the journey with you. Enjoy the rest of the conference, safe travels, and if you've got any questions, reach out. Thanks. Might need the mic. Is there questions?
There is lots of questions.
All right. There is no mic.
We can just stand.
We'll just stand.
All right. So yes, Lee's lots of questions, which is fantastic. So I might start with the first one that came through. How is this going down with the regulator and any challenges or successes in gaining AI approval or sign-off? Thank you.
Yeah, great question. Data is really important to protect and ensure you work with your regulators. So do it in partnership, communicate early and often and get them involved. So yes, it does take a level of work with them to ensure that the security is up to date, to ensure that you're meeting all those obligations to protect their data. It's their data, remember? It's the regulator's data, the injured worker's data, but we share with them regularly, we partner with them. So yeah, partner with them, go out now on the floor and reach out and say, hey, we're implementing sentiment analysis in our operation. So yeah, do it face to face and do it often.
Great. The next one is, does it track missed or ignored calls and the voicemails that have been left? And can it monitor case managers who are avoiding taking calls?
Great question. So Daisy itself doesn't, but the tool we use, Genesis, does. So you can find a claim system or a phone system that does do that, that picks up those things. And as Daisy does, the Genesis system, again, is available to our staff. And what's more powerful than the person next to you saying, hey, Liam, you're not answering your calls, you've missed 3 calls and they're bumped through to me. So staff then challenge staff, not leaders challenging staff. And that, again, is where we see the biggest impact.
Great. Have you qualified the time saved for claim staff from transcript summaries? And if so, what's the ROI from implementing the technology?
That's a great question. We're still working through the speed at which we can get the transcript to us and then into the system. So that's sort of the next stage of what we're doing. So, but I expect it to release significant capacity. But if someone else has done it already, let me know. It'd be great to learn from that. But yes, that will release capacity. Again, more to increase the phone calls we can then make, to engage further, to support more around return to work and recovery. It's all about releasing capacity to drive better performance and outcomes for our injured workers.
Is this initiative just in Victoria? And if so, is it intended to expand to other jurisdictions?
So no, it's not just in Victoria. It will expand. It's a GB, I guess, strategy that we're going to roll out across our wider PI and GI where it can add value. One of our colleagues from the States is here as well, and we have partnered with the States and highlighted the benefit of this around the world. So yeah, we think this can add value to all of our operations, and we will be rolling it out and have started that in certain business units around the country.
Amazing. Next question. How do you intend to maintain confidentiality and privacy with third-party details or claims particulars being put into AI when this may not be supported by the client or regulator?
So as we've said, it's important to get sign-off from the client and or regulator before you use these solutions, and the rigorous security testing around these solutions. We have to report back quarterly to the regulator on the security. We have to test that security. We have to obviously partner with Daisy to ensure that they increase security. So I'm sure you've all dealt with that from regulators from that health data perspective. So the lens on that is key. We want this to be a success, and the safety and security of that data is the most important thing.
And I guess that leads into this question. How are you finding balancing, maintaining that data against your obligations for the Privacy Act?
Yeah, the security, from our perspective, is relatively easy. Once the providers tick those boxes, once the regulator's happy with it, and you've got that ongoing monitoring of that security safety system, and that it's keeping up with, I guess, all enhancements to that safety, that's the relatively easy part. It's ensuring that it is releasing the capacity that we're using and getting the most out of the insights that it's unpacking. So the first few months, those insights were not being used to its full intent, and now we're getting significant insights, and I suspect next year, if we were to present again, there'd be further insights and benefits to the injured workers, and the impact on performance, both from a service and return to work, would be a further leap forward.
Just one about your people and the wellbeing. Can you listen to the calls themselves that have been flagged as high risk, so that the support, your case managers, your leaders are able to provide more specific feedback?
Yes, so that, yeah, sorry, I didn't know that clear. So the calls that are flagged, we listen to the calls, we provide coaching on those calls. We also enable the staff to listen to their own calls, because again, I think we heard over the last few days, what if AI got it wrong? So what if AI scored a call and it was poor? We can listen to that and we challenge and we can train the AI. So we speak pretty English. Our English is very different in Australia. Saying not bad isn't bad, but AI might think that's bad. So we still quality assure phone calls. We still go through that. So a phone call may be ranked low, we can listen to that together with the staff member and change that quality call, and then train that system to pick up different terms and languages that we use that it may interpret incorrectly.
All right, and maybe just one quick last one. What do you think was the most significant factor for your claims teams to engage positively with this technology?
Transparency, and that it was to support them. So again, this was not an oversight tool, it was to support well-being. People generally want to feel supported and cared for, and that's the primary reason of this, and to benefit. Their workloads are challenging, I'm sure you've all heard it. They get an abundance of calls, and they're at home by themselves. So it was really, from the moment we started engaging, we got them involved. They were involved in the project group. They were involved from start to finish, and they're involved now in further enhancing the product and seeing what it can do. And obviously they got their own dashboard. If they don't agree with the quality assessment of their call, they challenge it, and we sit and go through it with them together. So it's about including them, not excluding them, and therefore their engagement will be strong.
Great. Thank you very much, Liam. It's been a fascinating topic. Would everybody please thank Liam O'Neill?
get the other one here as well.
It's actually just questions at the end.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you are enjoying PIEF, and as we move into the last hours, and yes, there are a few people that have already headed to the airport, so great that you can join us for this very interesting session. My name's Jake Krausman. I am Manager of Partner Performance with GIO and Suncorp, and it's our pleasure to be able to host this session. Re-envisaging recovery, attending to loss while holding hope, the impact of dedicated support services for family members impacted by road trauma. And I'm pleased to be able to introduce Katie Jackson from Allianz, and we also have Dr. Jane Moll from the University of New South Wales. And for question time, we may also be joined by Christine Price, who is with Greenlight HC. I'll let them introduce themselves. Please make them welcome.
So welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I'm Katie and I'm representing Allianz. And as Jake said, I'm here with Dr. Jane Moll and Christine Price. And today we will be exploring the research findings of experience of family members affected by road trauma who have been supported by a dedicated service. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians and lands which we meet today, the Gadigal people. And I would like to pay my respects to elders past and present and any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. So let's begin by revisiting the 2022 PIEF conference where Allianz and Greenlight introduced the Trauma and Grief Support Service to the industry. This co-designed program addresses claims from family members of individuals who have been seriously injured or killed in a motor vehicle crash. The Trauma and Grief Support Service is grounded in grief and loss theories, including continued bonds and trauma-informed care. It offers personalised support to help claimants manage their grief and trauma while navigating their daily lives. So just checking my slide. Yep. The Trauma and Grief Support Service integrates loss and grief orientation while planning and arranging required supports, offering guidance in organisation of daily tasks, and providing representation of advocacy alongside traditional occupational rehabilitation and case management methods. Since 2022, Allianz and Greenlight have continued to evolve the Trauma and Grief Support Service, recognising the need to continually systemise and expand the service. In collaborating with the University of New South Wales, we sought to deepen our understanding of the Trauma and Grief Support Service benefits and its risks through qualitative interviews with service participants around their experiences. The research findings have affirmed our approach and highlighted some key insights. And today's presentation will delve into these findings as identified by Dr. Jane Moll and Professor Emma Kirby, focusing on the main themes and recommendations. We'll conclude with a discussion on how we've implemented these recommendations. Now I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Jay Mole, a senior researcher and educator at the University of New South Wales and a practicing social worker with over 25 years' experience in bereavement support and counselling, to present the research report.
Thanks so much, Katie, and thank you, everybody. It's wonderful to be here. Where's my clicker? Which one's the clicker? This one?
Green button.
The green button. Thank you. Nope. Oh, that green button. Thank you. So I'm going to be sharing some insights from the study that we did looking at family members' experiences of support from Greenlight Trauma and Grief Support Service and Allianz Australia. So in this research, we primarily focused on in-depth qualitative data so we could get experiential insights from users of the service. So the data we drew on drew from 14 anonymised brief voice of customer qualitative responses and 10 in-depth interviews with customers of the service. So the 10 interviewees had experienced either the sudden and unexpected death of a family member or the severe catastrophic injury of a family member through a motor vehicle incident. Through the study, we did use the word incident or crash because one aspect to note in the wording is that while some crashes may be accidents, the word accident can be distressing for families, especially when there's ongoing court proceedings going on. So all the participants in our study had accessed the support through Allianz and Greenlight, and we recorded and transcribed their interview responses independently from Allianz. They didn't know who was actually participating, and undertook thematic analysis of transcribed responses. And then we intersected those to what's already known in the grief and research and trauma research to see if we could learn anything new. And from this analysis, I'm going to share some findings in relation to 4 key themes today. And those are going to look at the complexities of grief and loss following an MVI, adjusting to a new normal, the helpfulness of the grief and trauma support, and the importance of a caring and responsive support ecosystem. I'm then going to orient to some areas for improvement that were identified by participants, and then hand back to Katie for some discussion of future directions. So the first theme I want to highlight is the complexities of grief and loss. It was clear that as family members, participants were experiencing both grief and loss, but also traumatic distress in the context of sudden, unexpected and violent death or catastrophic injury. So many participants had heard about or witnessed traumatising details of the MVI. And then ongoing associated factors included the lengthy time for resolution with complex and prolonged hospitalisation and rehabilitation after an injury. And in the wake of a bereavement, the death of a family member, families had to contend with lengthy and difficult death investigations, so forensic, coronial and court processes. And we know from other research, partly that we've done and other studies, that ongoing layers of bureaucratic stress can really impact people's mental health and well-being. And of course, participants also had to navigate often confusing and difficult insurance processes as well as their family processes, which I'll come to. So through the participants, grief and loss impacted both people's mental health and their physical well-being. For example, one participant whose father died said, in the months after, "I was so down and I was so weak, not only mentally and emotionally, but also physically." The loss also impacted socially. Participants across the board described the isolating impacts of loss. So while their friends and social networks wanted to be supportive, given the complexities of their loss, it was difficult to get sufficient support. Part of that was wanting to protect others from the sometimes traumatising details, or they themselves were also providing support to other affected family members and the lengthy timeframes of hospital care and death investigation meant it was hard to get sufficient support just from their social networks. And participants all spoke about the need for a caring and responsive professional support, not just in the weeks after the incident, but in the months and sometimes years that followed. So a striking theme across participant accounts was that it was clear that people felt that it was not possible to recover and go back to normal. In a sense, their life and the parameters of that life were profoundly shaken by the death or injury. So this is a real challenge to the standard recovery model, right, in which we expect people to get back to the same level and type of functioning as before the incident. And this is shown in the other grief and loss literature as well. So participants shared that going back to normal was not their experience, as the impacts were ongoing. And in addition, for some of them, their pre-incident work role was now associated with distress and trauma, meaning it was too hard to return. Others had to contend with the loss of key relationships and support, which gave new challenges and completely transformed their roles in life. For example, the death of a partner and now having to navigate being a single parent. Others had to deal with multiple care roles, including older parents, children, and sometimes severely injured family members. So instead of recovering back to previous roles, participants were supported to hold hope for a new normal of re-envisioned recovery. Not back to normal, but back to a new future, as it were. So one participant said, "I loved my job, it was the best, but I couldn't face it, I couldn't return, I had no support there. The counsellor from Greenlight helped me explore different ideas of what might be suitable moving forward as a single mother as well." So participant experiences point to the value of a support model as providing person-centred, skilled counselling support that allowed hope while facilitating attendance to their loss and grief. So this balance of support and hope for adjustment over time was essential, as too were the ways the support needs varied over time and sometimes were greater and sometimes lesser. So we know that catastrophic death or injury of a family member is a risk factor for mental health concerns and prolonged grief and post-traumatic stress. So participants expressed how the support model was valuable in meeting them at their most vulnerable and holding space for those concerns and risks and providing holistic support. So there was real endorsement of the value of the support model. So the support from Greenlight consultants was clearly grounded in their expertise, which was both grief and trauma informed, and excellent counselling and essentially high levels of support skills in building a sort of therapeutic relationship. A lot of this support is around that relationship building. And in terms of the therapeutic relationship, it doesn't matter how technically skilled a psychologist or social worker or counsellor is, if you don't feel heard, understood and empathised with, and that person has your best interests front and centre. For example, as one participant said of her Greenlight consultant, "I've just connected with her. She's a very caring person. It comes through very, very clearly. It's not just a job for her." So a major theme is the importance of a caring and responsive support ecosystem. And this theme had a number of relevant sub-themes that I'll briefly elaborate on. First, there was wraparound support. So participants spoke to the way the model provides a holistic system of support that wrapped around their various needs and concerns. So it was not just the support from the consultant at Greenlight, not just the support from the Allianz case managers, or from the network of external supports brokered by Allianz and Greenlight for their family members, but the way those worked together to provide wraparound support. So one participant said, for example, "I felt like my hand was being held, both with Allianz and my Greenlight consultant. The case manager at Allianz is amazing and put me in contact with the Greenlight consultant, and she is just like an angel." It was important was the clear facilitated communication between the case managers and Greenlight, so that participants expressed feeling sort of held in that space. And consultants clearly worked in collaboration with Allianz case managers in providing the support, showing grief literacy and empathy and linking family members. So the case managers were really experienced by participants as an essential part of feeling heard in the system. For example, my case manager has been amazing, and her communication, keeping me informed and getting me the necessary help that I'm needing. So proactive and tailored support was important. So not a rigid model of a one-size-fits-all. The study endorsed differing levels of support and different types of support over time depending on the family member's needs. And it was really different to what participants were experiencing in the support that was brokered. So they often were referred to rehabilitation, to external grief therapists and psychologists and so on. But they said all those grief counsellors, they're there 9 till 5, but the consultant, there's no time frame. You don't get to a certain date and go, okay, I'm not going to grieve anymore. So the other aspect was the way the model brokers support by advocating and liaising in an interactive and responsive way. And there was a trial and error approach of support provision. So participants often felt unsure of what to do or where to turn to, but they were keen to try things. And so if one sort of external support, such as residential rehabilitation, for example, for severe mental health, or strategy didn't work, participants expressed that they'd be supported by Greenlight and Allianz to try another sort of support. Participants said things like, all these other services are great, but the Greenlight consultant was the glue and mortar that held it together. So when something wasn't available or I was having difficulty with something and I didn't know how to proceed, I was able to talk to her and she'll help guide me, on what my priorities are and getting the help that I needed. The timing of support was an interesting insight. So support was offered in the weeks after the incident, but some didn't take it up till later. So it was important to keep gently offering that support. And support was tailored in a way that showed a person-centred rather than homogenous approach. And so this, of course, involved practical and financial help as well as interpersonal grief and trauma support. And some participants had contact with Greenlight nearly every day for 12 months. Others began with weekly support, which moved to fortnightly. Some had proactive calls at the start and then segued into calling when they needed to. So this tailoring was important. And it was also what was really marked as well was it was not just the primary person who was contacted, but the primary person could also talk about other family members and refer other family members in a relevant way to the support. So there was a real family systems approach, which is unusual in grief and loss services, but really needed because we grieve and go through trauma in the midst of our families, right? And we need that interactive understanding of what our family members are going through as well as ourselves. So what was clear from participant accounts was that the Greenlight consultant demonstrated traits that are associated in the research literature with effective psychosocial therapeutic support. So the Greenlight consultants clearly utilised principles of trauma-informed support and highly advanced interpersonal skills. So, for example, one participant said, so she's just supportive every step of the way. Nothing's ever been an issue. If I need to cry, I can cry. She let me swear. She just let me do what I needed to do to start healing and to, not move on, but to continue with my life and give my daughter everything I can. She just accommodated every need I had, every silly question I asked, every silly statement I may have made about how angry I was or how sad I was. I don't know, she genuinely cares and you can hear it in her voice that she's 100% there for you every step of the way. So what was interesting to me, as my experience as a social worker in this space as well, but also cognizant of the research, was the consultant clearly held good professional boundaries, but signalled this in ways that didn't make the family members feel rejected or unsupported. Instead, they had the impression that she was there for them 24/7, while she still maintained professional boundaries that imbued a sense of safety and ethical practice. So one participant said, the consultant, Christine, said, I can't do our appointment this week because I've got family trip. And I said, oh, that's fair enough. But she said, we can do it the following week and I'll drive up and I'll come and see you at your place. We'll go through everything together. So this sort of professional approach, but embedded with this interpersonal relational approach was crucial. As well, there's quite a mixture of cultural and spiritual backgrounds in the participants. and support was culturally and spiritually attuned, and participants commented on things. I don't know whether she had the same background of values as me. I don't think she did, but she held and heard my values, and that was important to me. So I was struck by the number of participants. It's a small sample, but at least 6 of them said things like that the support from Greenlight and Allianz was vital, if not life-saving. So they said things like, you know, if I think I didn't have somebody like that, I probably wouldn't be here now. So the impact of this sort of support can't be underestimated. So the support took into account and responded to the complex processes and relationships involved in the aftermath. So it was important that the consultants understood the insurance system and other complex processes, the coroner, the Department of Public Prosecution, criminal proceedings, and they also offered concrete strategies, not just listening and validation. So lots of different approaches, strategies and goals, playing devil's advocate, and, you know, participants said things like, she knew when I needed to be cared for and when I needed softness, and there's other times when I needed a push. The other aspect was navigating these complex family dynamics, right? In the aftermath of a death or injury, there's often complex family dynamics, and that was navigated with care. An emerging area was court support, and the value of ongoing court support and the lack of support from the court-mandated support services contrasted with the need for support from the support system throughout the court processes as well. So we did look for areas of improvement. These were hard to get from the participants, but they did want clarity around timeframes and availability, and then sometimes policies outside their control. There was limitations in support over time, and they did sometimes want specialist support as well. But the key take-homes from was this relational support, this expert companioning, and this orientation to the family. And that really does hold a particular meaning in contrast to some of the models we see out there in the grief literature. So it was a real pleasure to be able to take part in this research and to produce these findings. And we hope to be publishing them in a peer-reviewed journal this year. Thanks. I'll hand back to Katie for the next steps. Thanks.
Thank you, Jane. So as the Trauma and Grief Support Service has progressed since 2022, we've naturally developed additional supports to enhance the customer's experience. Many of these elements were highlighted in the research, which provided us with reassurance that we've developed and maintained a robust program. But I would like to quickly share what we have been doing and how we are continuing to implement the recommendations from the study. So to ensure the ongoing success, we have arranged for specialised training for our claims staff through Grief Australia, making sure they're equipped with the skills and knowledge necessary to support the customers. We have expanded our critical support team to include 2 dedicated teams, allowing for more focused and personalised assistance. And we continue to refer customers with nervous shock claims to Greenlight for the Trauma and Grief Support Service to make sure that they have the specialised care they need. We actively engage appropriate customers with MVMT rehab for exercise physiology to support their wellbeing and psychological wellbeing through physical activity. In efforts to upscale the service, we have seen an increase in the number of specialised social work staff at Greenlight, enhancing the capacity to provide person-to-person support. We acknowledge the research indicated potential gaps in the external services for customers around court proceedings, so we have developed a court support service that can provide legal assistance during legal proceedings. We have launched a dedicated mobile app called Support You, which offers resources on grief management tips, grief education, and CTP scheme education. This provides complex information in a multimodal format. It's accessible and user-friendly, but in addition, the resources and the app itself remain available for use by the customers after the legislative timeframes have been exceeded. We've also created an employer guide to educate and assist employers who are welcoming staff back from bereavement or have new staff coming over from bereavement as a key aspect of re-envisioning recovery to find that new normal. And we continue to explore potential partnerships for future research projects to gain greater insights to further develop the trauma and grief support service in meaningful ways. So that is the end of our presentation today. So we're happy for any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much for that, Katie and Jane. And we do have a couple of questions that have come in. You can pop them on the app, or given my generation, I will even accept questions directly from people. So, first question is, what are some examples of external supports?
Depending, I guess, on what region in Australia you live in, the support's really different. If we're looking at a city area, you might be looking at external supports, like you mentioned before, with an exercise physiologist or a psychologist. We look at a lot of the support programs. Compassionate Friends is a support group that's right across Australia for parents that have lost a child. There are a number of other associations of grief and loss and support groups that we link people into after the death of a child or a spouse or a family member. So they would be the main kinds of external supports.
Next question here is, how many of the participants did not want to engage with psychology treatment or services, and does this add barriers?
Interesting. Look, do you want to go?
That's the participants or the...
The participants. Okay, I guess I'll talk to the participants generally, and then I guess you can talk to the people in the study. Look, most clients at the very beginning will not want to engage with an external psychologist. They have, most of them, little experience in that. Sometimes they come around to it over time. Sometimes they join a grief and loss group or a parental group and somebody talks about the benefit. I'd say maybe 60% take it up at the beginning, and probably by the end of a program, maybe 80% have, would be my experience.
Yeah, there's a couple of participants really struggled with advice that they were given, not from the services, but from family and friends, to sort of take time off, just get back, to give your grief time. And then they found that they were really floundering because they didn't have any structure to their day, didn't have any sort of wraparound support, and felt that their mental health was getting worse. So then it was like scaffolding that support back in through the, was really important. And it just speaks to sometimes the sort of lack of grief and trauma literacy in communities. We don't always know how best to support each other going through this. So this is where it's important to make sure we have that brokered support. Yeah.
And so just my own follow-up question, but in that question of treatment and psychological treatment and the timing, any thoughts around that? Is there a time it can be too early? Does it vary from person to person? Any thoughts on that?
Sure. One of the benefits that I see of them engaging in psychological treatment early is that it's a survival instinct. It's them saying, I'm going to live through this. So to me, them showing up somewhere on a weekly basis or a fortnightly basis or telehealthing somewhere in is them saying to themselves and their family and modelling to their children that there are strategies that I can use to survive this and I'm going to use them. So that's why I think that an early intervention with psychology is important.
From the literature, from the research, we still don't really know what exactly helps to prevent long-term things like post-traumatic stress disorder or prolonged grief disorder. So there's a lot of emphasis on treatment of those disorders, but not so much good evidence on prevention. So it's still an emerging field, but, from participant accounts, we know that they value early and often and more tailored support, not just, one size fits all.
Yeah. Okay, we still have 2 precious minutes. Does anyone have any questions from the floor? In that case, I will say thank you so much, Katie, Jane, Christine, and please give them a round of applause.
please, because I
Where we go?
I want one for the.
Okay. One for your thing.
Oh, is it two spotlights?
Okay.
That's right, yes. Yeah, so yeah.
Dean and I workshopped it earlier.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this session. Thank you for joining us. My name is Jake Krausman. I'm the Manager of Partner Performance with GIO and Suncorp, and my absolute pleasure to be hosting this session. And I will just take this iPad that is in low power mode, so it locks itself very quickly. But to introduce our speakers today, Isabel Lee from Occupational Consultants. She's a passionate occupational therapist. She has over 6 years of experience in occupational rehabilitation, background in occupational therapy and postgraduate studies in occupational health and safety and driving assessment. She brings a strong clinical foundation and a commitment to innovation. And then we also have Katie McKenzie from Suncorp, who I have the pleasure of working with. She's a healthcare advocate with 20 years experience in rehabilitation and personal injury, has a background in physiotherapy and an active interest in ensuring high quality treatment is available to injured people as early and easily as possible. She's a consummate professional and a delightful person, so please make them welcome.
Thank you, Jake. So yes, today we'll be talking to you about our Rapid Care Queensland CTP program, Beyond the Hospital, Transforming the Future of Injury Recovery. Can we get next slide, or have we got our clicker? Thank you. Thanks, Jake. I'll grab that. Thank you. In terms of our presentation today, we'll be looking at the Rapid Care program, its purpose and key features, the patient's perspectives, lessons from research, our education and advocacy work, how we facilitated return to work with Rapid Care, and the evaluation of our implementation and outcomes from our Queensland pilot, key learnings, program impact, and future direction of Rapid Care. So let's have a look at the purpose of the program. So today we're diving into a transformative initiative, Rapid Care, which is a proactive multidisciplinary healthcare model aimed at streamlining treatment pathways for injury claimants. So Rapid Care is all about early intervention. It accelerates hospital discharge, engages local occupational therapists for assessments, and coordinates rehab to support recovery and return to work or life as quickly and safely as possible. It's designed to reduce delays, improve outcomes, and to connect claimants with the right support from day one. So looking at the Rapid Care program, it's a Suncorp CTP co-designed program with occupational consultants. The local occupational therapists assess and support the claimant's discharge and rehab needs starting at the bedside where appropriate. And the goal is to provide that early intervention, reduce hospital stay, and provide comprehensive rehab at home, including return to work support where that's necessary. So let's have a little look at a very basic flowchart of our Rapid Care process. So we've developed 2 pre-approved rehab pathways, bundled care, to support our injured claimants as early as possible. I'll walk you through the process from the beginning. So Isabel and I will do that together. Starting with our concierge and online lodgement team, our concierge services provide early insurer engagement and immediate claim support. We've got a hotline and also an online lodgement service, which reduces the admin burden and overwhelm for the claimant. The claim can be lodged digitally and support provided to achieve compliance. In the Queensland scheme, there's a number of steps required to complete the full claim compliance, which includes things like completion of the CTP medical certificate by hospital medical staff when we visit. Isabel will talk you through now Pathway 1, our hospital pathway.
So Pathway 1, yes, is focusing on the hospital discharge. So we receive the referral straight from Suncorp, and our first point of call is to meet with the claimant and or their family at the hospital as soon as possible. That looks to coordinate a safe and quick discharge. It looks at proactively engaging with the hospital staff, both the allied health, the medical team and the nurses, to make sure any barriers that there are to discharge, we can coordinate services around that. We look at timely referrals to community providers, supporting immediate access to necessary therapies without delays, ensure these are set up by us to align with the medical team's instructions to return the claimant home. We can then work with the claimant with the return to work when medically safe to do so also.
And a couple of features of the pathway is that it is a pre-approved bundled care pathway. So essentially once approval is granted, and we'll talk you through a case study in just a moment, Suncorp steps out of the way and we allow the OTs to get in and do their best work. They also have a pre-approved budget for things like equipment provision and provision of domestic assistance service implementation. So let's go through what we know from patients around discharge. From Professor Belinda Gabby's work in the Medical Journal of Australia, we know that patients find discharge stressful. They credit hospital staff with providing high quality treatment. However, they note delays and confusion with communication. They want consistency and they want coordination of their care. Other research tells us that patients feel excluded from discharge decisions. They find it confusing to navigate discharge due to pain or medication effects, and they feel that follow-up is lacking once they return home. They also they have a need for a single point of contact to help with coordinating their post-discharge care. So taking that into consideration, looking at our rapid care model, we'll talk you now through a case study. A customer of Suncorp's, we've named Ruth. So Ruth's 86 years old, and on the 26th of September was injured as a pedestrian, resulted in multiple fractures such as her third rib, distal radius, quite a deep laceration on her knee to ankle, which required a skin graft, and a late presenting subdural hematoma, a hemorrhage that required burr hole drainage. So Ruth was taken immediately from the accident scene to the PA hospital and started undergoing multiple surgeries. So medically, everyone's looking to save Ruth's life, which is the appropriate stage of that care pathway. And about a month into her hospital stay, Ruth's family, through some online searching, came across the Suncorp CTP online lodgement. So on the 24th of October, our concierge team received that online lodgement notification. And by the next day, they'd reviewed the liability decision and approved liability, and in principle, approval for rapid care was granted. So that gives my team the green light to go ahead. And basically from there, the claims manager establishing the relationship with the family was able to arrange for us to go out and visit. That week, we were out there at the bedside, meeting with the family, going through some admin in terms of the final steps of her claim lodgement. We taught her how to use her phone to take some photos of receipts so that she could email those to her claims advisor, gave them the claim number, made sure they had all that support they needed. While the team were taking care of that, I was talking to the social worker and the specialist and getting an update on treatment progress, discharge planning, and getting some support for having Isabel involved in that pathway. So basically, back at the office that afternoon, we sent through the final formal approval for rapid care. And basically from there was when Isabel came in.
Yeah, so we received a referral for Ruth and straight away went out to meet with Ruth and her family at the hospital. Just prior to that, we'd spoken with the hospital and particularly the nurse unit manager, and they were supportive of our visit and encouraged it so that they could have some support with her discharge when appropriate also. Ruth was not medically ready to be discharged. She was needing to be at the hospital for a little bit longer, but we were able to meet with her and her family and understand her social situation and what life was like prior to the motor vehicle accident. Whilst she remained in hospital for those medical reasons, we took the opportunity to go out and visit her home with her family as well. We were aware of some equipment that she would likely need for that discharge, as well as some personal care supports. So we took the opportunity to organise all those to be ready so that when she was medically suited to be discharged, they were in place ready for her to go home to. She actually lived quite regionally from Brisbane as well, so the additional time that we had to organise those was really quite valuable. Ruth then went home and we met her at her home once again once she was sleeping in her own bed and very much enjoying her own meals again, and finalised any rehab referrals that was needed for her to continue her recovery at home.
So another couple of steps along that pathway were just in conjunction with that hospital visit, we were able to facilitate that relationship with the hospital to have that CTP medical certificate completed before she was discharged, and that was the final step of claim lodgement. As soon as that was done, the claims advisor was able to start making those reimbursements back to Ruth, and that was for a pensioner, quite important before she even had to think about heading home. And then once the hospital staff were happy for her discharge, we started that discussion. That discussion happened only 2 weeks after we'd received that initial phone call from the family. So, you know, we credit Isabel and the team with their responsiveness around making those things happen for our customers. So looking at our education and advocacy work, our visits to support the claimants in hospital really opened our eyes to the gap in knowledge in CTP, particularly in Queensland, in the community. So generally the public doesn't have much knowledge or awareness of what CTP is, and our hospital staff, our doctors and nurses are no different. Through our discussions though, we learnt that they're very keen to know more, and they were really keen to hear what sort of support CTP claimants in their care would be entitled to. What else has happened, I think, in this industry is that COVID really knocked out the concept of hospital visits, and the staff, the essential staff, were the only people required to be on site for such a period of time, that really the additional relationship building and things that we got through these hospital visits has really dropped off. So we've really made a concerted effort to get back out into the hospitals and meet with these staff. We also know that these staff rotate roles and hospitals regularly, so repeated visits are needed to keep catching different parts of the hospital. So we started in the orthopaedic ward, and we met with doctors, social workers, occupational therapists at the bedside, and then they would introduce us to their teams and other areas of the hospital that we thought we should connect with. So their trauma nurses, their emergency staff. We just began engaging with various staffs across our high volume hospitals. You can see down in the bottom corner here, obviously PA is the highest volume, but we've got our other main Queensland hospitals that we've been out to every single one of and connected with different areas of that hospital. The staff was so happy to have us out there and share their insights and their challenges, and that really helped us adapt the program as well. For example, we needed to achieve hospital accreditation so that we could have our OTs on site. The Gold Coast Uni Hospital were really concerned for their northern New South Wales patients who don't get as much funding once they return home. And other hospitals were wanting to know about other conditions that we might be able to support, such as mental health or concussion. So we really took that feedback on board and kept tweaking the program as we went. We also found the improved relationship with these staff meant that it was much easier to exchange information and get the updates when we had future cases in that area. So we talked lots about the hospital pathway. We're going to touch now on our return to work pathway. And really, I'll start you back at the beginning, where our online concierge team takes the referral or phone call. We start to get this claim on foot as soon as possible. Sometimes it's a little bit more challenging because you are usually not dealing with someone in the hospital. They're out in the community and they may be waiting for a GP appointment, etc., to get that med cert. But we step in to provide services to help them with those admin tasks. Once we've got claimant consent and we've done our rapid care triage, we'll expedite a referral to the OT for Pathway 2, which allows for a pre-approved, bundle of services, which Isabel will talk you through.
Yeah, so when we receive a return to work and a return to life referral, our priority is to meet with the claimant as soon as possible, whether it be through a home visit or at times it can be via telehealth as well, really to gain an understanding of their symptoms, their treatment, their functional status at the time, and then from there we can coordinate any further rehab that they may require and begin to continue to achieve those life goals to get them back to. We can then also facilitate consent to speak with the employer and then continue on to some facilitated discussions with the employer with the claimant's consent.
So again, there's a pre-approved pathway, but just on the final column, just noting that we do get updates from the OTs on an at least fortnightly basis. That's an automated process so that we're kept in the loop. We don't need to step in. If those updates so that things are tracking along fine, that's great. If there's a flag or a problem, we'll jump in and action that outside of that schedule. And as well, the return to work discussion can start in the hospital. So we don't want to push people back to work too early, but we know that starting that conversation early has huge benefits psychosocially. Right. Okay, so basically some other features of the return to work pathways, as I said, we can start that discussion as early as in hospital, and in some senses starting that conversation early can really build confidence for the claimant that there is going to be a linkage back to their workplace. We can start that discussion with the employer or the OH&S or HR departments and start to plan a pathway back to work. Both aspects of Pathway 1 and Pathway 2 are within Isabel's wheelhouse, so it also gives that claimant the direct, streamlined one point of contact throughout their whole rehab plan, which allows for that consistency and confidence. Now we're going to talk about Chloe, which was one of our early return to work cases.
Yeah, so I had the privilege of working with Chloe. She was a 19-year-old lovely young lady who was involved in a single vehicle motor vehicle accident as a passenger. She had already returned home but when we received the referral, hence why it turned into the Pathway 2 for a return to work and return to life. Chloe had some quite significant orthopaedic injuries, some spinal fractures and also a collarbone fracture that required some surgical intervention. She also lived quite regionally to Brisbane as well, just in a different direction. And so we coordinated some treatment and support after we met with her at home. From the second we met with her, she had expressed her eagerness to get back to work, which we reciprocated with her as well. She was really quite concerned, as she was an apprentice hairdresser, that she would be falling behind in her theoretical studies. So she, from the get-go, was really eager to get back to work, which is always wonderful to see in our world. She did have a period of incapacity because her orthopaedic surgery had only just occurred. However, we took the opportunity to speak with Chloe and gain her consent to speak with her employer. We then continued with some facilitated discussions with her employer through that period of incapacity and essentially had a list of suitable duties and a graduated return to work plan ready for her when she was next due to see her orthopaedic surgeon. So from the date of referral through to the end of our pre-approved 12-week plan, she actually achieved a return to her pre-injury hours and her pre-injury duties, which is, for someone of that age, that occupation and the significant injuries that she occurred was really a wonderful outcome and could have gone a very different way.
Definitely. Chloe was really well supported by her family. Her father was studying psychology and they had been through 2 hospitals already getting the surgery sorted for her collarbone, and she had a mental health history as well. So as an 18-year-old apprentice hairdresser with an upper limb injury, that could have gone a very different way if we had let it sort of fester. So that was a really good outcome for her. Okay, so we'll talk you through now the evaluation of our Rapid Care 12-month pilot. So we developed the program to streamline our treatment pathways, and over 12 months we managed 28 cases through this program. Return to work was successful in 6 of these cases, and the feedback that we gained from our key stakeholders highlighted opportunities where we could improve and change the program to meet the needs of the community. I'll talk you through that data in a little bit more detail now. So of the 28 cases, all went through 1 or 2 of the 12-week bundled rehab pathways. Our average spend was only around $2,600, depending on which pathway they went through. And the return to work uplift was 60%. So over on the top corner here, 45% of our direct claimants cohort, which is the cohort that we've been working with this program, 45% are retirees. So we only had about a 36% of the cohort that were of working age and employed at the time of the accident. So of those 36%, 10 required return to work support, 6 were successful and 4 are ongoing, although we have had another one since this data was pulled, that we've had a 7th one go back to work. The others, there's some other factors, health conditions and things that are probably going to impede their return to work, but yeah, it's been a really good outcome.
So during the pilot phase, the Rapid Care program assisted our claimants with a wide range of different injuries. There was the generalised soft tissue injuries, with 70% of them involving a whiplash, There were fractures and lacerations. There was psychological injury support provided, and on one occasion there was a severe injury intervention with a spinal cord injury and ICU required, which then had subsequent NICU engagement also. So that was the general cohort that we were working with. So this matches the scheme injury data published by MACE also.
Yeah, so we saw probably around the same proportion of what Queensland would see across our 28 cases, which we feel then has really great application scheme-wide to be able to cope with the most common types of injuries and even the ICU and the spinal cord end of the spectrum. So we know that early intervention yields better outcomes in recovery, but of course there's secondary benefits to this program that are very important to consider. So looking at pathway 1, getting someone home from hospital earlier obviously results in the reduction in hospital-acquired infections. And if we just look at the number 1, hospital-acquired infection, according to some Australian safety and quality and healthcare data, pressure injuries can increase a hospital stay by around 24 days, which according to their maths is around $2,000 per day. So around an increase of about $50,000 per pressure injury per patient. And then if we consider the return to work pathway, pathway 2, not only do we see the good return to work outcomes and the financial benefit for the claimant, but in terms of claims costs, we have that reduction in past economic loss, reduction in future economic loss, and the reduction in secondary effects due to joblessness, such as mental health, that can then start to really complicate a claim. So, in summary,
So yes, we had 28 cases were referred through Rapid Care Pathway during the pilot phase. The cases spanned from southeast Queensland to far north Queensland, covering Queensland's challenging landscape. And our claims data tells us that 20% of our cases required a hospital stay of greater than 24 hours.
so what we do know about those hospital patients is that in our severe injury cohort, of course they have a longer stay. The hospital staff do tend to be a little more aware of some of these benefits and were likely to engage with us themselves. And the claimant therefore was more likely to lodge from hospital, which meant that we needed to have online options and things like DocuSign to make that process possible for them. According to the staff in those expert areas, that resulted in a reduction of around 3 months in the spinal cord injury case. In our moderate injury severity, we're dealing with a shorter stay and different areas of the hospital. So it was really important there that we engage with those trauma teams. They case manage a lot of the shorter stays, like your fractures, the multi-traumas. And according to those teams in that cohort, we had a reduction of stay around 3 days. Our minor injuries cohort do remain one of the most challenging. They're very widespread, hard to track down. They may pass through ED according, to the injury severity. They may only be dealing with community resources such as your private physios and GPs. So they may not have a reduction in hospital stay, but they certainly may have return to work and life needs. So we've tried to engage at things like the Australian Physio Conference and things like that recently, just to get more education and advocacy out for that group. We do know that home is the best place to recover.
Sorry. We have practiced this a lot as well. So we do know that home is the best place to recover. Our data showed an improvement from between 3 days to 3 months in discharge timeframes, with our longest case being greater than 12 months, is still recovering on an individualised rehabilitation plan.
So 80% of our early hospital discharge cases do go onto an individualised rehab plan, so they're not ending at the 12-week mark. We'll continue to see them through. Our average length of case is 2.8 months, so across those two streams. Okay, so we're looking now at the key learnings and the future direction of this program.
So our priority at the moment is increasing the referral pathway. So that involves expanding the referral networks and raising awareness among the healthcare professionals from a broader program reach. So we're looking to expand over the border into northern New South Wales and into the larger parts of northern Queensland that we're not actually accessing at the moment. We do also utilise, especially being in a company that works with multiple different schemes and insurers, accessing rural communities also, so enhancing healthcare capacity in rural areas to ensure equitable access for all patients across Queensland, including ongoing advocacy and awareness throughout Queensland.
We'd really like to research and evaluate this in a more formal measure, and if anyone's been involved in those things, they take a really long time and it's hard to get the data, but we'd like to look at the long-term patient outcomes and economic impact of the program, perhaps partnering with a university and hospital on that. And we'd like to build out some new pathways based on some of the feedback we've received. So we, with our direct claims cohort at Suncorp, we currently offer a physio program called Premium Care for Whiplash, which was presented at PIEF last year. And we've got our Rapid Care OT program, but we'd like to look at things like driving remediation, mental health and other conditions that we've been asked to look at by the hospitals.
So to conclude our presentation today, so the patient care benefits, the Rapid Care program has improved patient outcomes through timely and effective claims and rehabilitation engagement. The patient, from the reports that we've been receiving back, the patient feels involved in the discharge process and has a single point of contact, and the Rapid Care continues beyond the point of discharge. For the patient, discharge marks a huge milestone of the rehab journey, but it's not the end, and for many people it's really just the start of it.
Yeah, in terms of the system efficiency, that pre-approved bundled pathway really increases the admin efficiency of Rapid Care, and we see that reduction in hospital stay of approximately $2,000 per day will yield significant financial benefit, streaming recovery out of the hospital and into the home earlier. In terms of stakeholders, our claimants report high satisfaction with our responsiveness and digital options. It reduces their overwhelm and stress, and then once Rapid Care is involved, they have that single point of contact that will coordinate discharge with the hospital, taking them past that into their return to work and return to life needs. Our claims staff are empowered to support early intervention through this simple referral process, and the rapid response from external the occupational therapists really means that they have the confidence in the program, that they know they can offer it to claimants and that we will be able to deliver. And our hospital staff report satisfaction with the education and support and the reduced burden on their system as well.
So future improvements, as Katie has mentioned before, we're focusing on continuous enhancements and expansion with the boost to the program's positive impact, including accessing rural and regional patients, delving into represented claims and pathways to consider other conditions, and advocacy work continues as well.
Like we said, for the patient, discharge is just the start of the rehab journey, really. We'll continue to grow the service into rural and remote areas and across various conditions and treatment pathways, and I think our advocacy, awareness and education work won't stop. So thank you, everyone. We've come to the end of the presentation, but we'd be really happy to take any questions that you might have out there or that Jake might have got through.
We have a large number of questions, Katie and Isabel. Thank you for that. We only have a minute officially. We can maybe go a little bit over. We'll see how far we go. First question, what challenges have you encountered working with the acute hospital discharge planning team?
It's different at every hospital. We learnt that along the way, and I mean, we knew that already, but really accreditation was a big challenge, and we still face that every time we enter a new hospital. We're engaging with different areas of the hospital at different hospitals because each hospital in Queensland anyway, Metro North and Metro South, they really do things differently. So we're very adaptive. That's why we went ground up. We need to talk to the staff to actually deliver something that will assist them in their setting.
Okay, and a related question, are there actions you feel that we could take to, at that acute hospital environment to reduce the claim lodgement timeframes?
I think someone has to be medically stable before they can really facilitate a claim, but the family are always usually the first to find out about whether they talk to someone or a doctor mentions it to them. So I think it's just still around that awareness piece. That's why we're talking to the staff. If the doctors are more aware of this, then at least they can look up the process through Suncorp. Suncorp's 50% of the market in Queensland, so if it's not us, it'll be one of the other two insurers, and we can always facilitate that across to those insurers as well. And they're trying to run similar programs at the moment.
We are out of time. Katie, Isabel, fantastic presentation. Please show your appreciation. Thank you.
All right, great. Hey, how you going?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. So just you today?
Just me, yeah.
All right. We're gonna probably just.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. All right. I've got your switches here for the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
That is your PowerPoint. Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Great. So green button, next slide, red button, slide back.
Okay. Big green button. This one?
Yeah, sorry, yeah. Yeah, and then I'll set this up so you'll be able to see what's coming next. Got the notes, so yeah, all right, and I'll leave this.
Just move that.
All right. All the best.
All right, thank you.
Have you gone the last couple of days?
Good. Not until the end, though.
You're from Sydney?
I've got all day tomorrow as well.
Works at Fig, yeah.
Which area are you in?
No, Meg.
Meg.
Meg Tully. So we do building a new CRM. That's us. So we're doing it with Salesforce.
Yes.
So I've gone and pinched all the stuff from Finos. just to remind and then up the line range.
Yeah, yeah. We use Salesforce too.
It's good.
It's good. It's a good system. It's just expensive.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to, I think it is the last small session of the conference, so thank you for sticking with us. My name's Adrian Smith, I think, I'm from WorkSafe Victoria, here today to welcome aboard Stacey Williams, who's the CEO of Navigator Group. So today, Stacey will be taking us through what the data is really telling us, a new lens on secondary psychological injury, which is a challenge for every scheme, I think. So we'll get some great insights from Stacey. So just Stacey's background, she's spent over 23 years in personal injury sector, where her expertise in claims model design and stakeholder management has made her a key figure in the industry. With a wealth of experience across all major personal injury schemes in Australia, she has become a respected leader who bridges a gap between healthcare and insurance. Throughout her career, Stacey has held a variety of executive roles and currently serves as the CEO of the Navigator Group, a healthcare innovator devoted to empowering individuals to live their healthiest lives. Stacey's approach integrates a deep understanding of personal injury claims with a compassionate focus on patient care, creating a holistic framework for recovery that is as effective as it is efficient. More importantly, Stacey holds the role of mama to Henry and wife to Kaz. So please join me in welcoming Stacey from Navigator.
Thanks, Adrian. We might need to shorten that, hey? Welcome to the graveyard shift. Hey? You're either here because you've got a late flight, or perhaps you owe me a favour and I've been begging over the last couple of days. Either way, thank you very much for joining what is one of the very last sessions over an exciting couple of days. So as Adrian said, Stacey Williams, I'm the CEO of Navigator Group, and we're going to spend the next sort of 25 minutes or so giving you a snapshot, a snippet of some of the data analysis and metrics that we use at Navigator Group, not just to validate our programs and have a look at whether they're working or not, but some pretty aspirational goals around identifying and preventing secondary psychological conditions. So I always like to just take the opportunity to explain who we are. A little bit of confusion sometimes in the market about who is Navigator and what do they do. Really simply, we're a healthcare innovator and we provide healthcare treatment solutions, and we try and do it in a different way, in acknowledging that perhaps the way that it's always been done hasn't always worked. And so apart from providing exceptional care, we design treatment programs that are really specifically designed for personal injury compensable markets here in Australia. And a really, I think, cool part of our program, or all of our programs, is they are designed to empower the individual to live their healthiest life. And we're all very familiar with these industries and what happens when people lodge claims and the perceived loss and actual loss of control through that process. So these programs, really specifically are designed to empower that person to have a courageous conversation, take control of their recovery. The other thing that we've been doing over the last several years is collating a lot of data. And I'm going to talk about one of our programs in particular and the data set that we've managed to create over the last several years. And we've validated it a few different times. And there's a recent piece of analysis that we've done that I thought would be really interesting to talk to this group about today. Our goal, as I mentioned before, is a couple of things. It is to identify the risk of secondary psychological conditions as an injury occurs. Lofty goal. But it is a goal nonetheless, and to ultimately prevent those conditions materialising. Navigator Support Program is the program I'll talk mainly about today. It's a very unique program. It's been designed to support injured workers, injured motorists, as a claim has been lodged. They're physical claims, and it's in acknowledgement and recognition that the first weeks, months, years, obviously as part of that claims management process, creates some really challenging environments for those that are going through it. A lot of psychosocial challenges, barriers, materialise in the first sort of 6 to 8 weeks. The Navigator Support Program has been designed to be deployed early, and we describe it as like a trusted confidant that works with that injured motorist or employee throughout the claims process. It's different from claims management in that we have counsellors or psychologists providing that navigation, and there's really clear interventions that occur. We do psychometric testing from the very second that we are engaged on the program, and we do it regularly throughout our support of that injured worker. And what that's been able to do is create this data set of psychosocial risk on a physical claim portfolio across personal injury. Why is this an important thing? I'm assuming you're here because you know it is. We've heard a lot over the last couple of days about the individual impact and the portfolio impacts and the scheme impacts around secondary psychological conditions, or those really specifically impacts on recovery, right? And we know it takes longer. Some schemes are reporting doubling of numbers over the last few years and up to 4 times the cost. So it's not just the cost of individuals, but certainly the cost of schemes. And this, as Adrian said, is acknowledged pretty much in every scheme or territory as an emerging issue. Or not emerging, it's here. I just wanted to clarify what I'm talking about when I'm describing the types of conversations and the psychosocial factors that exist. It's, my background is claims management. I did it for a really long time. I say to the guys all the time, I still think like a claims manager. And the reality is there's a whole lot that we don't know, that we're not told as claims managers, right? We're just not told the truth sometimes. And that's understandable because we held the pen, or we hold the pen to entitlement. And so it's very difficult at times for injured people to be really honest about what's actually happening. But these are statements from conversations that we have every single day, our navigators, our counsellors. These are the real reasons why someone didn't turn up to work. This is the real reason why someone isn't participating in return to work planning exercise. And it's not always work related. In fact, most of the time it's got nothing to do with work, but it's all the stuff that's going around. And so the Navigator Support Program is designed to be that confidential and independent service that allows the person to have these real conversations, and we provide them gentle coaching and treatment and sometimes therapy to help guide and empower that person to get back on track from a recovery perspective. So in terms of data and what we have done historically, a very smart person, not me, someone else decided a long time ago when Navigator started that we would validate programs, and we did it with a number of actuarial partners, and we've done it multiple times over the years. And most of that analysis has been done on the basis of trying to prove that the program works, right? So there's a return on investment impact. And we've done that a few times, and we've been able to, I think, prove that time and time again across multiple schemes and jurisdictions, which is really cool. And we know it does 3 things always. It delivers a return on investment because it's a relatively scalable program, and if you prevent a couple of secondary psychological conditions, then it sort of proves its worth. It impacts return to work really well, and it engages people with really good NPS. So that's cool. That's the how it works. The last piece of analysis that we did was trying to understand, well, why is it working? What is it about this? What is it about the program? What is it about the individuals and the sessions that is having an impact on this, and what is not working? And so that's the second piece that we're going to sort of talk about today. We're on a journey here. This is not the solution. If it's part of the solution, it's one lens of the solution. It's some really interesting data, but it's not the end and ultimate answer, right? I think you'll see, sort of towards the end, there's lots of work still to do, and further pieces of analysis, which is awesome. But it is a really cool starting point. So what we have is around 25,000 people that have gone through the Navigator Support Program. So that's CTP and workers' compensation schemes right across the country. Every person on average is on the program for around 3 months, okay? And we've been doing this over 7 years, so the data set is pretty rich. We have around 100,000 sessions, okay? And not every session, I shouldn't say, most sessions we're doing psychometric testing, okay? So what we've got is this really expansive set of data that is telling us what is the psychological or psychosocial risk of a physical claim portfolio across workers' compensation and CTP. We've done a couple of things. We've done some regression modelling. I certainly haven't. It's not me. We use really cool trusted partners that do this a lot. And so there's the regression modelling has, and we're going to talk a lot about this today, key predictors of recovery, which is cool. Arebro IAS scores onboarding speed and also session intensity is a huge part of the analysis. And we've also identified 4 clusters, and these are individual profiles, if you like, that we think hold pretty true across most of the schemes. And I'm sure a lot of you will be able to recognise some of the traits. So in terms of some of the analysis, the high-level pieces, the power of early intervention. I think someone mentioned early on that early intervention doesn't work. I think that was a mistake. I think they meant to say it does work. But certainly our data, the strongest correlation and predictor of recovery is the time of referral, right? Absolutely. I mean, you can see here in terms of outcomes and time taken to open a case. That's our time taken to open the case from injury. And within a month, we get a 46% outcome, and you can see the average time to achieve that outcome is pretty good. Move that referral model to later stages, 2 to 3 months, you're at 39%. Look at it 6 months plus, you hit the 30%. So there's a pretty significant decline in outcomes of recovery based off time of referral is really strong, the strongest indicator or predictor of recovery. Looking at lifestyle factors, so what about lifestyle, the way we think, even social status is impacting recovery, and we can see some really clear correlations as well. So, I don't know if you've heard, smoking's bad for your health, but is a unbelievably strong predictor of recovery as well. So from, looking at those that are not smoking and time taken to recover and outcome rates at 84 and 64%, those that are smoking 20 packs, Jesus, that's a lot. 20 a day, it dropped from 64 down to 36%. Yeah, it won't be a surprise, but it's really cool to have the data to validate some of these things as well, and then how we use this in that predictive modelling exercise. In terms of Arebro and IAS scoring baseline, so from the first assessment versus over time and referral models, we can see that if people start high, they generally will recover, and you can see that really, really strong correlation there. Again, no surprise, if they're starting off with poorer Arebro scores, then the likelihood of recovery is far reduced. And the same with the IAS, although not as drastic. Impact of social status. This one needs a little bit more work. I'm not sure we fully understand why yet, but those that are single and separated recover faster. Those that are married and divorced, it's like the finality of it, you stay home. I'm not sure the why. Perhaps, there are, if you're recently separated, you're single, that driver of income, that financial need to get back is more prominent. Perhaps there's just a lot of very happily married people that want to spend more time together. Needs a bit more work. And understanding the drivers of behaviour and recovery. So not just then, okay, a Arebro score, but what within that questionnaire is really driving recovery. And what we are seeing is some really clear trends coming out. So things such as anxiety, perceived recovery, self-efficacy, pain avoidance, more than pain severity itself. Right? Again, we sort of know this, but it's really great to see that up there with such a rich data set right across the schemes. A 10-point improvement in Arebro increases return to work by 1.6, which is great, but a decline of the same magnitude reduces return to work probability by 40%. Just your outlook, how you see the likelihood of recovery, how you're answering these questions, whether you see yourself as improving versus declining, and the severe impact that we're seeing that's having on return to work. So for us, the data's great, right? So understanding more information is always valuable. But the second part of what we're really trying to do here is how do we use this information now to prevent secondary psychological conditions, or at least, the very least, reduce the distress that's occurring. So removing psychosocial barriers, we can directly influence recovery trajectories. That's our goal. And so through this process, we've been able to identify 4 clusters. Okay, that's across that entire data set, looking at recovery, looking at age, looking at a number of different elements. And, because cluster 0 doesn't sound very friendly, we've named them. So we've got Emma. We all know an Emma, the bounce backer. Emma, this cluster is a younger acute recovery group. Generally under 35 years of age, we're seeing shorter claims duration, return to work rates are high, they represent acute injuries, and the psychosocial risks are minimal and recovery opportunity is high. Yeah. So great, we know that. What do we do about that? Certainly in our space, from a treatment perspective, we're designing these models of care as we speak to be a lot more specific. But what we know for sure, she needs light touch, empowering support, and not therapy overload. A little different to cluster 1, we've got Jason, the juggler. I bet you there's a few Jasons in the room. Jason's like mid-30s, 40s. He's stretched, he's got a mortgage, he's got the kids, he's got a lot of pressure. Jace, you feeling me? Yeah. Career-wise, a lot of pressure, right? So this cluster is higher baseline of rebro. Service utilisation is quite high. Return to work is mixed, and there's a really clear subgroup that's emerged that has very, very poor return to work rates, so need to understand that a little bit better. And this is the cluster that highlights the the risk of secondary psychological conditions. This is also, though, because it's always positive as well, this is also the cluster that I think that we can have the most impact by doing something very different or very specific for this group of people. But this is the group that without intervention, the right intervention and support at the right time, has a high risk of developing secondary psych or not recovering. Marg, stoic, she's a struggler. 50 plus is this cluster. Really affected and impacted by long delays between injury and referral for support. And whether that's navigator or not doesn't matter. It's the time between what's occurred and when support has been offered. Caseloads are remaining open. Return to work rate is the lowest of all clusters, and really high risk of being entrenched in pain, anxiety and depression symptoms. In terms of needs trauma-informed care and consistent engagement to be able to shift that trajectory. And the final cluster is SAM. Bit more complex, broader age distribution in this cluster, variable psychometric scores, better return to work rates than Marg, but not as good as the first 2 clusters. And we are seeing the opportunity to be a lot more clear and concentrated in terms of treatment support for this particular cluster here. And I think when we sort of look at, that's all great, right? So what do we now do with that information? And we were, am I going for time here? Oh, yeah. I was listening to a presentation yesterday, I think it was Tanya and Mary White, I don't know if anyone was in the room, and they gave a case study of a young guy, 20-year-old Will, who ultimately took his own life and had a back injury, little, if any, support, and what was provided was far too late, and ultimately took his own life as a result of that. And I talk about clusters and I sort of talk about that sort of high-level data, but it is absolutely not just about that. It is about now using this information, being able to identify from the point that someone is injured, where do you sit in that cluster? Not to be clustered, but to then customise and provide the right support and the right treatment for that individual of what they need at that point in time. And I think, if I have to, round out with a key message, it's about that. This is not a navigator problem. It is a collective challenge here. And as you can see, there's lots of really great information, but it's missing other stuff too, right? So we need to come together, and we look at, this major challenge across all of our industries, all of our organisations, and we really don't have clarity on what the problem is. We know everyone we speak to, they're struggling to find the right data on this, to record it in a consistent way. And I think that is a real opportunity for us as an industry to come together and certainly match outcome data, claims data sets with some of this data, which is that really rich psychosocial, the iceberg, I call it. This is all the real stuff that's happening underneath that is absolutely impacting, the Emmas and the Sams and the Wills of the world, because we're not quite doing the bespoke and support treatment piece that individuals need, but rather wholesale solutions. And so I think if that's my message today, we've started the process. There's a lot more to go. There's a lot of stuff I'm really excited about. So how does gender play out? How does location play out? And it does. So how easy your schemes are to access information, to access entitlement matters. It really does. Industry, size of employer, there's a lot there that we can do. And I certainly invite and welcome anyone that wants to participate in this challenging analysis, but really, really important analysis that I certainly hope that we're able to change the trajectory of a few lives. So that's me. Thank you very much. Short and sweet for the last session.
Thank you, Stacey. I've never heard the word cluster so much.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
It's
to brighten
extraordinary.
Up the last session.
Just a clarifying question: 20 packets of smokes a day. Too many? Is that...
My younger self would say no, just about right.
All right,
Yeah.
good.
Too many, yes.
We've moved on. All right. So we do have a question online. So who owns the data on your screen? Do you share the non-work psychosocial indicators with the insurer?
Do we share the non-psychosocial? No. So this is a confidential and independent program. So if you want to utilise the Navigator Support Program, it's a non-negotiable that you don't get access to the information, the conversation. The program is really designed on the premise that we are a trusted partner, but we won't reveal what the worker has told us, and because if they thought for 1 second that we would, then they wouldn't be honest with us either. And so, no, we provide information around where people sit and any real movement or adjustment in that risk.
Excellent. And how early do you think referral timing starts to influence recovery outcomes?
Immediately. I mean, there was that presentation that I referred to before yesterday was talking about taking baseline at injury, and lots of evidence talks about the longer it takes. And this is one piece of evidence, but lots of other evidence talks about the longer it takes, the worse the outcome likely to be. I mean, we have every type of referral model you can think of, from within days of injury, auto referrals come to us to support like a prevention type solution, right through to case manager led at, I think one of the latest we've got is like 100 weeks. It's probably a bit too late at 100 weeks. But yeah, so very diverse models, and we see the referral model or methodology playing out in the recovery outcomes as well.
So how do you harness the power of the data to design and deliver bespoke interventions profiled to the clusters in a risk stratified way?
Oh wow, that's a lot of, that feels like more than one question.
I know.
Yeah. So bespoke programs for each of the...
Yes, with the 4 clusters.
Right, okay, yeah, great question. So we're doing that now. So this analysis is a month old, if you like, and so There's obviously some adjustments that we're making. We've built a predictive model which will integrate as part of our operational teams, and it's running at about 86% accuracy at the moment. So, as I say, we're on a journey. We certainly are using this information to inform our counsellors, our psychologists about what it is, what it means. It's all resonating, as I'm sure it's resonating with this group. But in terms of integrating and operationalising it, we're looking at having that predictive model sit over the top of our referrals as they come through, and ultimately let our clinicians know where an individual sits at point of referral, and then have really great clinical treatment programs that support each of those clusters. That's next year's PIEF, maybe.
Excellent. I look forward to that one. And just a final question. Being a telehealth service, how do you improve social factors?
How do I improve social factors? I don't know. What's the question? So,
being a telehealth service, how do you improve social factors? And Anonymous popped that one in. So.
Yeah, okay. Social factors as part of the analysis was more some of the data. I'm not sure I can influence that. In terms of our telehealth solution, we are virtual delivery about 95% of what we do, and that's in our physical recovery programs, our psychological programs, and our NSP. And so for us, we have all the results that I talked about there, and the validation programs, that's all tele or virtual delivery. So from our perspective, look, we're able to provide really great treatment very, very quickly in areas that don't have access. And so for us, the virtual delivery model and the tele model actually enables our people and allows, access far faster, and certainly in some parts of the country than otherwise. So it's been a positive for us.
Absolutely, and I imagine the empathy from your team would be massive in making sure that the worker or the injured party feels like a part of the process as opposed to just a number.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I am not a clinician. Everyone else is, mainly psychologists and counsellors, and that is their heart and their purpose, right? And they live and breathe this. They do this every day, and they are deeply passionate about helping people and helping people recover. And certainly, we are not lacking in empathy within the Navigator group, and certainly not purpose. So they do it really well.
Beautiful. All right. Well, thank you very much, Stacey. If you can all join me in thanking Stacey for that
Thanks,
incredible
guys.
insight.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So I think we are all going to trudge back up to the ballroom for our last panel of the day. Thank you very much.
Feel good health.